Yo, I have no idea. I thought I was just live the whole time. Not the whole time, but okay, we're good. We back. We back. Damn, I wouldn't have clicked. Oh I got so messed up there. If we lose it again, my bad, G, my bad, G. You know, they talking about doing some type of work. Well, you know, I don't know. All right, so Intel breaking out, you guys. Intel breaking out. I told you guys wait for the what did I say with the 90 MA on 15-minute chart on Intel? You need to get that 90 MA up there. You should get it up into this area. See if we can get ourselves a little pullback. She pushing and pushing and pushing, bruh. All right. This is why I did not want to take the trade. All right. This is why I said, let's wait. Wait a minute. Let it tell you what she wants to do. Be patient. Be gentle. All right. That's why y'all always like talking about, I ain't got no girl. It's because you got to be gentle. You got to give it a little time. Be patient. Be patient. It's coming. Just relax. All right. You gotta finesse the game a little bit. All right, so we are. See, here's the thing. I'm gonna tell y'all right now. This volume is poop, and it's gonna keep going lower. The volume's gonna keep going lower, but you know, does that stop us from going up to new highs? Like, does that stop us from getting up into this gap fill? You know, we've gotten, in my opinion, you've broken the prior support and resistance area. It was that zone there. You pulled back, made the 50-day support. Now we look for a gap fill. Just give me the pullback long, baby. Look at the volume coming in there. That's a lot bigger than anything you've had coming in. So keep an eye on the S&Ps. All right, let me refresh everything. So everything's all messed up on my end. So if you guys could just give me 1 second, if you all could bear with me. Let me throw up Powell. Let me throw up Powell real quick. Let me throw up Powell. Call me. All right, right here. Bet. Guys, let me know how that sounds too, if you could.
Business to begin with, and now you're saying you can't even reduce the quantities.
Let me know how that sounds.
Business is not making a profit.
Hit the like button, subscribe, share the stream with one of your friends.
I mean, we see inflation
or someone you may know.
At the aggregate level,
it would help out greatly.
Between supply and demand. Yeah. And as we've seen supply get better and we've seen demand
come on,
cool
Intel,
off
give me the damn pullback that we're looking
coming out
for.
of the pandemic,
Please.
we see inflation coming down.
We saw food inflation between 2010 and 2021 at 18% over 11 years, and over the last 3 years we've seen it at 21%. I think that we have a industry that's trying to actually provide products that consumers want, and now they're being chastised for trying to figure out how to make the numbers work. So this whole idea of shrinkflation is just confounding to me. I'm going to submit some for the record. I want to stay on time. But I have a question. I think the chair mentioned, and if I misunderstood this, I'm sure the chair will clarify, but I thought in his opening comments, he suggested that stock buybacks and paying out dividends were a key factor in inflation. Do you, as just a matter of policy, see stock buybacks and dividends as one of the top 5 reasons we're experiencing the inflation we have right now?
First, I guess I see stock buybacks and dividends as just the same thing in a different form. And I don't know, I wouldn't comment on anything the chair even may have said.
Yeah. Well,
I'd like to avoid that.
I don't think, I'm not going to ask you about policy because I think you're consistent on that, but I just can't imagine that if we decided to outlaw stock buybacks and dividend payments, that would have a material effect on inflation. So I'm not going to ask you to respond to that, but there are
how does that
people
sound, guys, by the way? How does that sound?
Is it, can you guys hear it? Helpful. I just, for one, I'm not an economist.
Look at the
but
spot,
I just can't
ripping
imagine
and
that
roaring,
it would be,
y'all.
you know,
Ripping
one of
and
the things that
roaring.
would make your job easier. Can you
I told you,
opine on
watch
that?
out.
banning
Oh,
stock
watch for the
buybacks and
supply.
dividends,
Yeah.
There's
I
a
think
lot
that
of
would be
supply out
quite a
there.
change in our capital markets.
Yeah, me too.
I mean, shareholders.
Watch
this is
out,
just
there's a
money
lot
going
of
back to
sellers
shareholders
up
from
there.
companies
Me too.
that have nothing to do with
You,
it.
you don't
Okay,
want to
thank
go
you, Mr.
long
Chair.
into resistance.
Well done, Senator Hill.
Fucking
Senator Smith
retards.
of Minnesota is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
retards,
And
man.
thank you, Chair Powell. It's great to see you here again. I appreciate your testimony. And I'm going to
right.
focus my
So
questions on
this.
housing and housing affordability. As you have well pointed out, overall prices have moderated
We're listening to Fed Chairman
considerably
Jerome
since
Powell's
the Fed
testimony
began
before the
raising
U.S.
rates. Yet
Senate
housing
Banking Committee.
costs
Speaking
have
right now
remained
is Tina
stubbornly,
Smith, a Democrat from
resilient
Minnesota.
or high, leaving us really no closer to addressing the affordability crisis that I think that we have, and this was there well before the pandemic. Shortly before the Fed began tightening, Chair Powell, and you came before the committee, I asked you about how higher interest rates could exacerbate this unaffordability problem that we have by making mortgages more expensive and also hindering housing development. And I think that at the time you argued that we have a excess housing demand during the pandemic, and that was kind of at the root of higher costs, and that your goal, the Fed's goal, was to bring demand closer in line with supply. So my first question is this. So the housing market has cooled significantly over the last 2 years. Is it your view that it has cooled enough so that housing supply and demand is better in balance? And following on that, given the Fed's limited tools, understanding that, at what point will you think that you've done all that you can to lower housing demand? My view is that we're well past time in Congress to take action on the housing supply side, but I'm interested in how you see this dynamic.
So we're not focused so much on housing and housing inflation. We're really focused on the aggregate, which is also
Yep.
goods and non-housing services. That's way more than half of the PCE inflation. There are things in the housing sector that we didn't fully anticipate. One of them just was that people in very low interest rate homes with very low interest rate mortgages aren't selling.
Right.
So the quantity of homes that's available is incredibly low, and that's why it's very little in the way of existing home sales, and that drives up existing home sale prices, but also new home sale prices. So again, there's two sets of factors. There's the longer run issue, but then there's the factors associated with the pandemic and the inflation and our response to it. I think as the overall inflation continues to come down.
All right,
and
I'm thinking
rates
this
then
is
come down,
almost our
you'll
entry.
see the
We're
housing
almost
market
got
start
our
to heal
entry.
and get better, and
Almost
housing
got our
affordability
entry.
should go up
Look for the
again. We're
15
still gonna
minute
be
to
left
enter, guys.
with the longer term problem.
Look for the
of supply.
15 minute.
Right.
Don't get
think that's right.
consumed
What I
with
see in Minnesota
3 minute
is that higher interest
9
rates, of
EMA.
course,
That
driving up
could
the cost of
work. It
construction
could
there,
work. All
driving
right,
up the cost
and then
of
this
mortgage
previous
rates. You're
high,
seeing people
you
who
broke
aren't
through
renting
it
a
on
house
an
because
increase
it's a
in
little too
volume.
small for
Chances
them
are
because they
that
can't
should
afford it.
stay
Because the
as
housing,
resistance.
just as you're saying, people are staying
Okay,
there.
how does
in their
Powell and them
homes
sound? Is it
longer.
too loud, too low?
And so
What's
there's
going
sort
on
of
here?
this
I
double
might try and
whammy
take
of
this now.
construction
I might.
slowing
Just
at the same
know what you
time
got
that
going
there
on
is
here at this 1 minute.
Great need to address housing
You still got some
supply.
sellers in
One
here.
of the things that
They're hiding.
is happening.
You still
it's
got some
interesting, a
sellers. I
recent
really
analysis
truly
by
feel that
Zillow
way.
found
This
that
is
the
very low
monthly
volume.
mortgage
You had some nice
payment,
increase in volume on the
a-
break, which is good.
on a let me get this right. A
But I
recent
still
analysis by Zillow
think there's
found that the
people
monthly
watching
mortgage
this
payment on a
15 minute.
home,
I
on a
do.
$343,000
I really do.
home, assuming 10% down
But
payment.
we'll
is
see.
about
Let's see if we can't take
$2,200
it.
a month.
Let's see if
Okay,
we just
so
can't take it, put risk
$2,200 a
on.
month. That means
And look
the
at the
cost
15
of
minute. It's
owning
way
a typical
oversold.
home
Way
is
overbought,
higher
guys.
than 30% of median
Way
income,
overbought.
which
I'm
is
gonna
kind of a
be
measure of
patient.
affordability.
I think people
And
might be
so
getting out of
we've
their
got
skis.
a lot
That
of
trade is
issues
a
with
nice
people just
one,
being
but
priced out of the home,
you know,
of
look
the
at the
housing
looking at the
market.
RSI and everything. You
So
guys can't
from
see
where
it,
I
but
sit, the
it's up at 69,
cumulative issues of higher
68.
mortgage rates are just really a challenge, and until we can get to the bottom of that, we're going to have a hard time addressing the housing affordability challenge that we have. Would you like to comment on that?
Yes,
Not
I
sure if
agree
you
with all
guys
of that.
heard
I mean,
me, if the
we
mic
don't
was
actually-
on there.
Home prices don't actually go into the calculation of inflation.
Appreciate
It's
that,
really
bro. Yeah, I'm
rents
gonna
and
check it out.
Owner's equivalent rent, but I mean, I agree, the housing market is in a very, very difficult situation. And, you know, the sooner we can get back to price stability and restore interest rates to lower levels, the sooner it can start healing.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Smith. Senator Kennedy of Louisiana is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for being here. Thank you for your services. I think I've said before,
Yo,
believe
this
you
guy
and your
is
team
hilarious, y'all.
Probably saved
For
the world
real, this
economy
dude can be
during the pandemic
hilarious.
economic meltdown.
Look at that
And
breakdown.
the whole world wanted dollars by establishing the currency swap line, so I thank you for that. You gave an interview, Mr. Chairman, on February 4th of this year.
Is this
CBS.
All right, we're
Is-
listening
is this
live
too
to Chairman
loud,
Jerome
guys?
Powell's testimony
Just
before the
wondering.
U.S. Senate Banking
I ordered
Committee.
a,
Speaking right now
transcript
is
of that
John
hearing, which I
Kennedy,
read. I learned a
a
lot
Republican
reading
from Louisiana.
You were asked a question about inflation, and you asked a question about prices declining. And here was your response. I'd like to quote you, if that's okay. Quote, "So the prices of some things will decline, others will go up. But we don't expect to see a decline in the overall price level. That doesn't tend to happen in economies except in very negative circumstances." End quote. Did I quote you accurately?
I believe you did.
Okay. Later in the interview, you were asked about the national debt. Do you recall that?
I don't actually, but I'm sure that's right.
Okay. Well, at least according to the transcript, your answer was, and again, I'm quoting you, "In the long run,
Okay,
the
I would
United
watch
States is
for
on an unsustainable fiscal path.
watch for
The U.S. federal government's on an
Nvidia,
unsustainable
AMD,
fiscal
SMCI
path.
is weak.
And
Look
that just means
for
that the debt is
those
growing faster than the economy.
and see what semis are doing
So
if you're
it
trying to
is
play Intel.
unsustainable. End
There's a
quote.
lot of people that got sucked into a long
Do
there.
you remember saying that?
I'm sure there
I've
is.
said that many times.
This
I
is
think
why
that's,
y'all need to hang with us.
uncontroversial.
We know what's going on. You know, when you do this for
Later
10
in the
years,
interview,
you know, you kind
you
of get good
said, I
at
wanna
it.
quote,
Time has its way of saying, hey,
you know,
all right,
I would just say
you know,
this,
just because you
integrity
put in
is
time, you're going to be
priceless.
good at it.
And
not
at the
because-
end, that's all you have.
You know, of anything else.
And we in
You sit here and watch
we
charts
plan
every single
on
day.
keeping
You
ours,
really,
end
you
quote.
really put in the work. You're going to get good.
Is that an accurate
It don't matter
statement?
what it
Yes,
is.
it is.
Okay.
Really don't.
That's why I want to ask you about the FDIC.
Don't matter what it is. You guys
Have
can
you,
do whatever the hell y'all want to
read-
do in life.
read the
You just got to give
article,
it time, put in the work.
In the Wall Street Journal entitled, quote,
Still waiting for an entry, though. If this 15-minute,
the toxic
guys,
atmosphere at bank regulator,
this 15-minute
FDIC, end quote.
continues and it
think I did
holds
read that a couple
this
months
area,
Did you
I would
read
like
the
to start
article
seeing
entitled, I quote again,
90 MA up at VWAP, things like that,
lawyer
RSI
stayed
pull
on
back a
paid
little
leave
bit.
for weeks
Bang.
after child porn arrest,
all
end
right?
quote.
I don't remember
I'll
that
let you
one.
guys know if I do take
Okay,
the
did
long.
you
You'll
read
have
the
to watch
article
other
entitled,
semis.
also in the Wall Street Journal, quote, FDIC chair, known for temper, ignored bad behavior in workplace, end quote.
Honestly,
What
I don't.
is
I
he
read so
doing?
much. You know, I can't. I remember the broad story, but not particular stories.
Did you read the article in which a former female employee of the FDIC allegedly recalled her male colleagues saying women needed to use sex to get ahead at the FDIC?
I do not recall that. No.
Okay. Did you read the article in which a female risk management examiner during a lunch with a male examiner said she had become friendly
My boy
with
going
that
crazy.
examiner, and he complained to her about
Told
his
you guys he
marriage,
was a nut.
allegedly telling her he wasn't getting enough sex, and she allegedly said, quote, obviously if I walked, or he allegedly said, obviously if I walked into this office and you were naked, I'd fuck you right here, end quote.
Oh,
I do
damn.
not remember that, and I think I would.
Okay. Do you remember the article about Mr. Randall Ditch, a supervisory examiner in Denver, who allegedly was demoted in 2014 to a non-supervisory
Yo, I'm telling y'all, he's a nut.
examiner position in Tulsa after having sex twice with a subordinate female employee and a number of other rule violations. In this article, it says allegedly Mr.
My
Ditch
boy
had
is a
urged
nut,
the
bro.
woman to not, quote, be a pussy, close quote, and drink a shot of whiskey during work hours, the records show.
I tried to warn you.
I do not recollect that.
Okay. Here's my question. I could go on for a while.
Could go on, but you're not going to go on, so
All right, let's get an update on these markets right here. How about that, Alex? We hit S&P 500.
I told y'all
up
he was a
45
nut.
points, 0.9%.
I told you.
Get the Dow Jones Industrials.
Oh,
up
they
0.5%,
shutting it down.
200 points, 38,000.
We're like, bro, you talking about I mean, I'm talking.
To,
These are words you probably didn't have to say.
We
You got to
will return,
remember that
to
we're
Senate
on
Banking Committee.
CSP, C-SPAN,
Exit
and
that
all
for a
that stuff,
moment.
cable television.
We weren't entirely clear what that had to do with monetary
No, it was
policy.
actually-
inflation, or growth, so we sort of wanted to get out of that and see what was happening in the
I
market.
it was
can't.
John Kennedy.
I can't stress you guys. I told y'all he's a nut. I told you.
Terry, so line
I
of
told
questions, so
you.
we'll go
I
back
didn't
to
think
that
he was gonna go that crazy, but
later on, I'm
damn,
just
if
looking
that
again
went
at
off
the markets
the
here.
top.
I'm going to call out Bitcoin too.
He might be
up
losing his mind a
1.5%,
little bit. They had to cut him off.
67,500. Looking at the yield space, I mean, we got yields kind of steady right here. 10-year Treasury, it's kind of flat at 4.11% here. So that's kind of keeping our attention there as well. Euro, because on the back of the ECB data, on the
Sir?
Senator Kennedy, your time's already expired. You can do one. You did 5 minutes, consume the whole 5 minutes with your monologue of,
Well, you did 6 minutes. I timed it.
I asked my,
You did 6 minutes.
Senator Kennedy, for months, I have let you go way over the 5 minutes. You get your question,
But you did 6 minutes.
I chair this committee.
I understand. You still did 6 minutes. Check the record.
I'm going to order, you're going to be at 6 minutes and 15 seconds if you continue this argument,
Well,
or
that's
you're going to
good.
ask your question.
I'll ask my question. I just wanted the record to be clear, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, in light of these allegations, if they're proven, how can the FDIC lead this charge for Basel Endgame 3, which is going to turn the banking community upside down?
I don't know how I would make the connection to Basel III. I'll say it's deeply troubling things, obviously, but again, you know, as your point was, if proven. And I see the lead.
Rent. And the Chicago Fed President Goolsbee even referred to housing as a missing piece of the puzzle in the Fed's path to lower inflation. So to the continued conversation, and I know a point that you've made that about how inflation has a disproportionate impact on lower income households who are focused on spending more of their monthly budgets on housing. How is the Fed's monetary policy impacting the supply of affordable rentals?
I don't know that we're affecting the supply of affordable housing. If you think of affordable housing as something that's connected to some sort of government program, that's not our bailiwick. I mean, clearly interest rates do affect the affordability of housing, though.
And there was a key point that you made in an earlier, I think, reference about and in your response to Senator Smith about the monetary policy and the calculation of rents. Can you just spend just briefly talk about that? I want to have one last issue I want to get to before I run out of time.
It's hard to talk about it briefly. It's actually very conceptually challenging to think about housing inflation. You include.
I'm just eating a Pop-Tart real quick, guys. Give me 1 second.
Sale prices, and the answer is we don't. We convert ownership into an imputed rent, and that's 2/3 of homes are owned. And
Oh,
then
nice,
actually
dude.
measure rents, but,
I'll have to
leases
look
always
at
turn
it. Just
over.
I have
So
Pop-Tart
you look at market
right here
rents,
that I'm eating, and I got stuff on my hands, so you have to
happening
just give me
with
1
newly
second.
signed leases may be very different
Check
from
it out.
what's
Good
happening
stuff,
with
bro.
your
I know. I'm looking at
it's
AMD right now,
complicated, but the good thing is
and seeing if
we understand all that, and we look through that. We look at
it can continue to
housing
reject this
services
area.
overall
You know, you do have
as
a little
one
bit
of
of
the
support
three
down here.
categories, along with non-housing services.
I just want to make the right decision and see if we can't get a pullback
Thank
down
you
into
for
like
that.
204. That might be a
And,
nice trade. Boom, boom, boom,
I-
boom. You got to watch the
In
SPY.
in
With the
line of
strength in the S&Ps and the
affordability
overall
and
markets,
housing against
markets are trying to pull back.
think to the broad monetary policy and state of our economy.
That was a
and
bit
to
parabolic.
California.
So it
It
does look like the
raises
SPY is trying to pull back. So if the SPY and the overall markets pull back, which I'm not expecting them to,
insurance gaps that
you know,
are
would help.
presenting themselves due to the impact of climate change. And where 1 in 5 residents in California live in areas of that risk flooding, and all 58 counties have a history of flood damage. And we are seeing more and more insurance providers, home insurance providers, actually withdrawing from the state. You and I had talked a little bit about this in our preparation for today's conversation. Can you talk to me about or share with us how it is or what you think the impact might be of this sort of protection gap in insurance coverage on the overall stability of financial institutions in the broader economy?
So it is clear that insurance of various different kinds, housing insurance, but also automobile insurance and things like that, that's been a significant source of inflation. Over the
AMD
last
just
few
got a
years.
fierce pop there.
It's to do with a million different factors. It's nothing that we control from a regulatory or supervisory standpoint. In the longer term, companies are
Maybe,
writing insurance in some coastal areas, and you got to think 10 years from now.
Maybe a 211 rejection.
Maybe the government will have to step in, but it's a significant issue.
Watch XOM too. It's got this wedge going on there.
Senator
Go to reverse. Coinbase tried to make up some ground. It's pulling back. See if Coinbase tries to.
And my gratitude.
Man,
to
I
you,
just
the
don't like the
recognition for this
volume.
hearing. And thank you, Chairman Powell, for being here. It's good to see you again.
Palantir consolidating.
These hearings are always very important. Actually, give us an opportunity to sort of provide some oversight to what's going on at the Fed and better understand some of the things that you guys are doing that affect our constituents. I wanted to sort of focus on the Basel III regulations, Chairman Powell, and specifically the way that they have. There have been various proposals to sort of draw them down to focus on the regional banks. And to just go back to sort of one of the most significant crises, obviously, in our banking sector, of course, the collapse of SVB and First Republic. You and I have spoken in private and I believe in public, but one of the concerns that I have is when we talk about increasing capital requirements on the banks, if the banks were under higher capital requirements in the run-up to the crisis, there's maybe an argument that SVB, for example, would have bought more long-term treasuries, which would, of course, would have exposed their balance sheet to even more treasury bond risk, and that, of course, would have maybe hastened the collapse of SVB. And I guess I want to start here with, when we talk about, some of the Basel regulations, what was the original intent? In other words, what was the original sort of proposal for which banks would fall under those regulations and which would escape them?
You mean this time around, or earlier on?
This time around.
So it's the 37 largest banks. It's down to, there's four categories of banks, including the G-SIBs, and this is down through the fourth category. The proposal that's out there now, I think, does extend to Category 4 as well as 3, 2, and 1.
So what's the minimum assets under management that you guys have proposed, the current
billion.
Basel regulations?
100 billion.
100 billion.
Yeah.
And sort of that sort of gets to my concern here, because I know there's some discussion about whether you'd
It always
apply
hurts when it does that.
$7
Their
billion
mics are messed up.
$1 billion of AUM. And maybe you could just sort of walk me through that decision process at the Fed, where you guys are and what would sort of justify drawing down from a $700 billion threshold to a $100 billion threshold.
So there's the G-SIBs, there's the 8 identified G-SIBs, and then there's one category too, I guess, and then there are the big regionals, and those tend to be well-known big regional banks, and they're Category 3, and one of them's a 2, I guess, but they have different tailored level of regulation. And then Category 4 had significant tailoring, and the question is, we have to ask the question, since SVB was a Category 4, we've got to ask the question, what, if anything, needs to be changed in the way they were regulated, supervised from a capital and liquidity standpoint. So there was tailoring all the way down, and then below 100, of course, those are community banks, and that's a different regime as well. This makes sense. We want to have a diverse banking sector. That's a great benefit to our country.
I'm trying to think of a name, to look up. Oh shit, Tesla. That's right, Tesla.
Yeah, and I'm sure Chairman Powell, but just to put this on the record, I mean, a lot of the commercial lending, a lot of the real estate lending, a lot of the consumer lending, about half of that lending, consumer lending.
Yo, I can't believe my dude went crazy like that, yo. He said every word in the book. I told you guys he was a nut. I told you he was a nut. And you got exactly what he does. I didn't think he never has really went that far though.
economies. I'm curious.
Crazy.
In the process of amending the Basel requirements,
All right, so I'm looking at
you guys made a decision about
a level here on Tesla.
you expect to see.
If Tesla does, in for whatever reason, is able to get back up
A proposal. And
to
a lot of comments, as I'm sure you're aware.
182.
We're chewing through those and digesting them, and we're just beginning now to sit down and talk about the changes
182.
that will
I would
appropriately
love a
make to the
182
original
test on
And
Tesla.
when do you expect to sort of issue a final proposal?
I think it's going to take some time.
I wonder
It's more important to
if
do it right
everybody's
than
been looking at the flags.
My guess
Never
is we'll
mind.
get through this and be done over the course of this year. But it could be faster than that. It could be slower than that.
So I'm wondering, just being mindful of time, I have about 30 seconds left.
Let's see here.
Would you be willing to commit to say that in the process of amending, the Fed will remove the regional bank drawdown and limit Basel's application directly to the G-SIBs or $700 billion or above?
I can't get that specific at this point, but we're clearly looking at the tail of the issue.
Dude, the freaking speaker on.
Again, I just repeat
Ah,
that
God, that's
given
so
what
bad.
actually happened in the banking sector with SVB and First Republic, I just encourage you guys not to apply a regulation that doesn't actually solve the underlying problem. And I fear that if you apply this to banks at $100 billion and above, you actually are doing just that. So with that in mind, I'll yield. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Senator Vance. Senator Tester of Montana is recognized.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman Brown, and thank you for being here, Chair Powell. We appreciate your work in a difficult situation, but I think
Let's see here. What we got? Let's go to the scanners.
thank you for that.
I gotta bring the scanners back up. I gotta restart everything. My bad, everyone.
Strong employment and stable prices is critical.
You said AVGO, right?
On Main Street
I forget what
farmers,
AVGO
ranchers,
is. I feel like I've
Montana
heard of that
families.
before.
You follow all the metrics. From your perspective, where is the economy at now, and where's it going?
The economy's growing at a healthy, sustainable, solid, strong pace, and that's one thing. Second thing I'd say is the labor market is very strong and quite tight still. 3.7% unemployment for the last 24 months. That's the longest
Coinbase again, guys, ended up kind of just bouncing back up. Doesn't seem like we have anything really other than like Intel. So that was a good call, INTC. That is like, kind of just like has a lot of relative strength there. Look, pulled right into our buy trigger. I feel like I got messed up right there. All right, are we getting ready to get a breakdown out of Exxon? Let's do it. I'm going after Exxon, guys. I might go after Exxon right now.
The areas where there
I may be going after Exxon. You're getting an increase in volume. Can we break that? That's a nice pennant.
rose quite rapidly. And by the way, farmer, we didn't get much of that. In fact, we didn't get any.
I was hoping to have like a wedge. It is an ascending wedge. It is going higher, but look at that volume. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's see. Where am I at? XOM. Come on. All right, daily. What do we have here? What do we have? Do we have anything?
business, but if you look at the food cost
Doesn't
cycle,
look like we have anything
part
to
of that
stop
is
us.
commodity costs, and that was partly spiked because of Ukraine, grains and oil and that kind of thing. But the rest of it is a lot of costs in the supply chain from when it leaves the farm to get
Come on, man. Just roll it. Yo, where?
processed and trucked around.
Oh, I got scared. I'm like, yo, where's my VWAP?
And all of those costs.
I got scared for a minute.
Economy. So as the
You gotta watch for support at 107.53. I'm just gonna put, dude, come on, bro.
food inflation flattening out, and so
I'm just gonna put
the really high
this
rates
here,
of inflation have come down.
just as a reminder, like
Correct. I would just say that
roughly high a day.
grain actually is the commodity price at the farm.
Let me do this. Let me do this. Right there.
We probably agree, but it take too long, take too much time. We got other stuff to talk about.
I'd be learning from you.
You've discussed in previous hearings the impacts of the pandemic, shutdowns and supply chain issues.
We don't know, but every time I hear pandemic,
Globally,
I think
how
Amigos.
does the U.S. economy look today compared to our competitor nations, particularly China?
Start with the advanced economies.
I thought Powell was about to say I'd start with the advanced decline line.
advanced economies. China is a whole different story. China is having, significant difficulties with its economy right now, and they're in a very different place than certainly than we are.
Come on, bro. Come on, bro.
So, to repeat that, what I heard you say is that the economy of the United States.
We might have a long here, maybe, but I just don't think I can. I think it starts to break down. Just my opinion.
Look, one of the other challenges out there is
It's up
housing.
1%.
Communities all across this country.
All right,
whether
scanners are up.
You're in a city in Ohio.
Good
How
there.
workforce housing in particular is a top priority, top commodity. So to speak.
Lit.
Plenty of folks, great
Nike,
organizations are working to
Qualcomm,
address
I'm
it every
seeing.
day, and I appreciate the work they're doing. But how do
NKE.
these housing supplies issues show up in
Bouncing.
the data that the FOMC uses to make decisions?
Housing prices.
Qualcomm. There it was. Oh,
Housing
Quali.
starts and renovations and things like that are just business activity, and that shows up.
We had this on our list a while ago.
When it comes to
I know I
inflation,
have it charted out.
we
Yep.
convert ownership into imputed rent, and then we look at rents.
Back at earnings.
That's how we look at all that. So
It was
not-
one of the
not
first
directly
ones to report earnings. I do remember that.
changes in housing prices, but over time those will
Oh,
put
Quali.
rents up. So.
So is it
Dude,
fair to
monster
ask
of a
that
name.
there
Look at that.
are things you
Look
see
at that. Just
Yes,
what
so
a
I think
beautiful
there's two
look.
big things
Boom.
going on.
Just
One is
once you
we have
broke
this
that
underlying
double,
shortage of housing
triple top up here,
to things
once you
like
broke that
difficult
158
homes
level,
close in to
you
cities,
gapped up, you tested 158, boom.
more difficult to get zoned,
Just
more difficult
off
get
to the races. Qualcomm just ripping.
Then there's just a ton of
Ripping.
things happening because of the pandemic, because of inflation, because of higher rates. And those are, in the short term, those have really, they're weighing on the housing market. But as rates come down and that all goes through the economy, we're still going to be back to a place where we don't have enough housing.
Once again, thank you, Chairman Powell, for your work. I very much appreciate it. Thank you, Chairman Brown.
Thanks, Senator Tester. Senator Kramer of North Dakota.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Powell, good to see you. Thank you for being here. It's been a rather uneventful couple of days for you, considering you've spent 2 days in this place. And I'm not going to upset that, by the way, just so you know. But I did appreciate your response earlier to Senator Scott when he asked about immigration, and you said the Fed hasn't been assigned that. So I want to bring up something else you haven't been assigned to that you and I have talked about over the years, and that, of course, is climate, the role of climate in your job, the role of climate risk in banking. And you've often said, I think the most common statement was, we should stick to our knitting, I think is one of yours, stay in our lane, similar to what you said probably to Senator Scott. But that said, in October, the Fed, the OCC, the FDIC issued climate guidance, as you know, for management of covered institutions. And so I'm just kind of curious, did Congress somewhere along the line give the Fed authority over climate policy as well, or is that another one of those things that somebody just took on? And I realize you're not the dictator of the Fed, only the chairman of the Fed, but I'd be interested in, as the chairman, your views on it.
Our assignment is the safety and soundness of banks, and that they understand and can manage the risks that they face. That's our assignment. And we said in climate world we would do two and only two things. One of them was to do illustrative stress scenarios, scenarios, not stress scenarios, climate scenarios, so that, the banks are already doing this. The large banks who are subject to this, they're already doing it because they're doing business internationally and they don't have any choice. So we said we'd do that, and we also said that we'd offer guidance on, not on level of climate risk or anything like that, just on what you had to do to be in a position to assess.
My fault.
For my thinking, that's it. That's what we're doing. And we're not doing it. There are no new initiatives. We're not going to change our capital requirements to reflect climate risk or anything.
So we didn't hold.
And really
Look, to
determine
me, this did not hold.
policymaker. And
Abby, girl, hold on, Boo Bill.
elected officials.
Hold on, Boo Bill.
Very good, thank you.
Sorry, my
I'm gonna
cat's
bring
wanting
up one
to
other
play.
topic I don't know that's been brought up today, and that's central bank digital currency.
Maybe that is a
I
break
think
and
from a
retest.
lot
What
of
do you
my
guys
friends out
think?
there, I
You think
there's
she's
I know there's some
she's a
people
bit
that-
oversold, which doesn't really mean
There are a lot of
anything.
people that get confused about what is meant
Kinda
by
does, but it
administrations,
doesn't. Just
as
do you have
initiatives,
volume with it?
Continue researching, experimenting, looking
Yep,
at
you have a
some sort
nice
of,
increase in volume there.
central bank digital currency. People
It's up 1.3%.
back home look at that and go, oh my gosh, you know, they're going to control this now. And could you maybe just differentiate a little bit what people think of in terms of a Bitcoin or their held digital currencies versus what a central bank digital currency, who, in my view, should emulate
what we got
cash,
going on
right?
here?
It's-
Let's
it
see.
still should be about the dollar, not about.
Let's see here.
some
Time
other
for me to
mechanism.
ease
Could you
off a
just
little.
sort of
I'm
help
with you, bro.
people
I haven't
back
even
home
eased
try to
on it.
understand why they
But
should
I would
budget
be
right
with you there.
First of all, I want to say that we're nowhere
I'd be
near
with you there.
recommending or let alone adopting a central bank digital currency in any form. But the idea is that as technology has evolved, money has become digital. So, but the government doesn't issue digital money. It's digital. If you look at your bank account, people don't hold those physical dollars. They're digital.
What?
So the thought was that the government could
What? Don't be
create a
mean.
digital form of
Don't be
money that
mean.
people could then transfer among themselves. Now, of course,
All
that
right.
raises the concern that
CrowdStrike.
if that were a government,
That's obviously not a good look.
would see all your transactions, and that's just something we would not stand for or do or propose here in the United States. That is how it works in China, for example. But that's not what if we were to ever to do something like this, and we're a very long way from even thinking about it, we would do this through the banking system. The last thing we would want, we the Federal Reserve would want, would be to have individual accounts for all Americans or any Americans for that matter. Only banks have accounts at the Fed, and that's the way we're going to keep it. So it's just really, it's a question of following technology as it evolves and in a way that serves the public better. People don't need to worry about a central bank digital currency. Nothing like that is remotely close to happening anytime soon.
That was very helpful. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Chairman.
Kramer. Senator Cortez Masto of Nevada is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Powell, great to see you again. Thank you for all of your good work. I want to talk a little bit about the commercial real estate and what's happening there. The Financial Stability Oversight Council's 2023 annual report identified commercial real estate as a financial.
It's only 11 o'clock. Things could
and the
still get
Fed's
fishy
monetary
here. I thought it
report
was later
also
than
noted
that.
Commercial real estate prices continue to decline, especially in the office, retail, and multifamily sectors. I'm especially concerned that because of the low levels of transactions in the office.
Yeah, I
sector,
thought it was a
prices
lot later than 11 o'clock. It's only
decline
11:18.
in the value.
Things could
So
still get
can
froggy,
you
I feel like.
expand on the emerging risks the Federal Reserve has identified.
But
as
we have
commercial
non-farm
real estate
payroll
market
tomorrow,
ones?
so it's like,
And I'm curious, can you discuss the compound risks identified in
I don't know
commercial
how
real estate
froggy
funds,
it's really going to get.
particularly at banks with large CRE concentrations and high.
Tomorrow, I think, should be really fun. I do. I think tomorrow should be really fun.
Let me see, I think.
So I'm going to keep watching Coinbase, Intel, some of these semiconductors. Looks like Qualcomm. I haven't looked at Taiwan Semi. You're having, obviously, a little bit of strength in some of your semiconductors. And then Tesla is trying to get a
We
bounce.
have a secular change in people working from home.
Look at Exxon, guys. Exxon is trying to break out here.
Downtown office
Exxon, there we go. So there's our confirmation.
in many major and minor cities.
There's our confirmation on Exxon.
Retail that was there to service the thousands.
God, I love confirmation.
Work in those buildings, they're under pressure.
Fucking love it, man.
Banks will have
It's
made
my
loans
favorite.
to many of those
No, I'm just playing.
Not all of them, but many.
Tesla.
This we've known
Tesla.
for
Back
some
up
years.
there.
And so what do we do?
Possible double top.
Have identified
I'm not watching Apple, so I'm not sure why I even have it.
other concentrations
All right, Intel breaking out again.
in retail and other ones. that
Damn.
we're gonna
Why didn't I buy at my buy trigger like a fucktard? I'm such an idiot.
with them around,
Microsoft. Back up to 408.
on this problem. Do you have enough capital? Do you have enough liquidity?
8 and 8, but we're great.
You're going to take losses here.
4 and 8, but we're great.
Are you being truthful with yourself and with your
Any-
owners? And so we've been working with them.
For any
For some time. we've been
football
doing
fans
that.
out there, you should know what that
This
is
is a problem
from.
that we'll be working on
So,
for years more, I'm sure. There will be bank
Let's see
failures,
here.
but this is not the big.
I'm sure there'll be bank failures. He just said that. Listen to Powell.
It's more, smaller and medium-sized banks that have these issues. We're working with them. We're getting through it. I think it's manageable is the word I would use, but it's a very active thing for us and the other regulators, and it will be for some time.
Thank you. Do you have concerns? Let me just ask you this. As
Okay, it's
you're
breaking
talking
out.
about these, small
They're
and
pulling back
medium-sized
into the
because we know
breakout,
that
low
all
volume.
contagion is
XOM.
Do you have concerns that if they
Let
fail,
you guys know if I
the
take this
disciplinary
trade, I may take it.
the financial sector?
I may take Exxon Mobil long.
From happening?
I might.
Stay ahead of that. So we also reached out to banks that had high concentrations of uninsured deposits, and particularly uninsured deposits, and a lot of commercial real estate in the office sector. So we're well aware of that issue, and we're just trying to stay ahead of it on a bank-by-bank basis and overall.
Okay,
And so far, we've been able to do that.
thank you. Let me jump to another issue that has been on my radar. The Federal Housing Finance Agency's report on the Federal Home Loan Bank.
There's something shady about it. Like, look at the 15-minute trade line VWAP. Everything's meeting up right here at
The Federal
107.50.
Reserve discount window as lender of last resort has not been clear, especially during times of market stress.
Looks to me that Exxon 107.50
from the Federal Home Loan
could be the area.
even have relationships with the Federal Reserve to use its discount window. I know you've talked
My
a little
feet
bit
are
about
all
this
wrapped
with,
up in cords.
Senator Warner,
Come
but
on.
how is the Federal Reserve working with the Federal Home Loan banks to ensure that banks establish protocols to borrow from the Fed's discount window
I wonder
prior to
if
times
this
of
would
stress?
be.
We work with the Federal Home Loan Banks because in many cases,
No, it's not
banks
that.
were moving their loan from the Federal Home Loan Bank to the Fed, so we need to have smooth transfer. We need
Stop
to be
coughing,
in
Ho. Who
good
said
touch
you
with
could
them.
cough?
Even more important than that, though, is
I'm just
that
playing.
banks, any bank in the United States,
I'm just kidding.
needs to be in touch with the discount window, know how to be able to access it, be able to access it, have appropriate collateral, have control of that collateral. In many cases, it was incredibly inefficient and took a long time for banks to actually go through that function. The Federal Home Loan banks are actually ahead of us in technology. We know that we need to really invest in technology to modernize the discount window, and also we need to do more to make to get our banks, all of them, in touch with the discount window in a way that they can use it quickly should they need to do so.
Thank you.
We might have an entry here on XOM.
To Senator Haggerty of
I don't know if it's going to really pay us or not.
Thank you, Chairman Brown.
Breaking news.
Chairman Powell.
Okay, so there is no breaking news.
Mr. Chairman.
Leave it to the news to say breaking news, breaking news. Something's going on. We're interrupting this to tell you that Powell is speaking. That is your breaking
Rather
news.
needs to be achieved, quote,
Well, I know because I was watching it.
when inflation was running well above the 2% target back in 2021 and early 2022, the Fed
Leave
was
it to
patient
Carl Quintanilla to just
and
ruin
allowed rates
everything.
to offset the below-target inflation that had occurred in the years prior. It strikes me as odd now that while we're still well above target inflation and have been well above for the prior year, markets seem to expect the Fed to immediately cut even before we've breached the 2% inflation threshold. So my question is this: if the inflation rate reaches 2%, would that be considered a return to the target rate on a sustainable basis? Or is it still the case that inflation would need to more or less overcorrect to well below 2% before the Fed makes the rate cut adjustments?
It would take us a while to really get comfortable that inflation had settled in sustainably at 2%. But that's not our test for changing interest rates. Interest rates right now are well into restrictive territory. They're well above neutral. And we've said we would not wait for inflation to get down to 2% because if you wait that, monetary policy works with long and variable lags. So we've said, for some years that we would start restoring the federal funds rate to a more normal, almost neutral level. We're far from neutral now.
Yeah.
And so, we do plan, assuming the economy moves along the lines we expect, we do plan on starting the process of dialing back restrictions.
I'm just trying to look for the symmetry. I know we sort of allowed the economy to overshoot when inflation was high, and we sort of made up for prior years of low inflation. I'm trying to square.
Again, XOM. Keep your eye on XOM.
We adopted a framework.
Look at
that
this.
said we would do that, but then we
Bottom
suddenly,
left.
a few months later,
See if
we
it
decided
breaks down a little bit. You have VWAP around here. Yes, prior day's high. See if you get a failed break higher. Something like this.
And we reacted.
See if it does something like this.
We made was we thought that
You start to see it hold.
That it was
quickly,
And then you get the failed.
goes away quickly without effort by us. We figured out at the end of 20.
Failed breakdown. Okay, look for the failed
You
breakdown.
don't see that same abrupt dynamic coming the other way.
That's what I'm looking for.
Look, I think we're in the right place, which is we're waiting to become more confident that inflation is moving sustainably at 2%. When we do get that confidence, and we're not far from it, it'll be appropriate to begin to dial back the level of restriction so that we don't, drive the economy into recession rather than normalizing policy as the economy gets back to normal.
Yeah. Can we go to the balance sheet and talk about that? We've seen a dramatic expansion of the Fed's balance sheet over the past couple of decades. In 2005, it was at $800 billion. It's at $7.5 trillion today. It's doubled since the pandemic was underway.
All right, I'm going to look to see what, I'm going to look to try and enter this. That's an entry right there.
And
I have not entered
the
yet.
concern I have is, on the other hand, government spending tends to just continue to be profligate. We're running now a $1 trillion deficit every 100 days. And we're flooding the market with Treasury debt, and we're putting upward pressure on interest rates as a result. And what I think that is lost on many of us here is that the spending levels will only make your job harder when it comes to lowering interest rates, not to mention there's a tacit expectation that the Fed will step in once the markets can no longer absorb our new issuance. I think this is a very serious problem.
I'm doing good, man. I'm doing good. Dollar General, yeah, I seen that, Matt. Dollar General is at the right place to buy, bro. Yeah, I appreciate you bringing that up.
The behavior.
I appreciate you bringing Dollar General up a while ago. You called that thing out beautifully. Like had to have been bought when you brought it up. Because I remember on the daily chart, that thing was just starting its uptrend down there. I remember you bringing this up a while ago, bro. Down here. And then again here. And then look, boom.
Almost $1.5 trillion.
And we said that this looks good. We said if you could get through this, that like... So you got to think about what's going on.
We're running a deficit of $1 trillion in 100 days.
And that is...
required to deal with that.
Like Dan Niles came on CNBC.
And again,
why do I have like a bunch of Exxons? Let me change this.
Another
so we'll look at the
component
bottom
of this topic,
screen.
Your colleague Governor Waller said he'd like the Fed to shift its holdings toward a larger share of short-term treasuries. Back prior to the financial crisis,
they're having trouble finding
around 3% of your total securities.
They're having trouble. Look at Coinbase breaking down too. Things are starting to break down. I was kind of wondering if this is what we were going to do.
That's an issue. We're in our FOMC meeting in a couple of weeks.
Dan Niles was on CNBC saying that they've, kind of trimmed some of their semiconductors or technology.
This meeting, but over time,
but
you'd love not to own a lot of MBS.
They want to find stocks. They're like, the trouble is where do we put the money? Where do we take those profits and where do we put it?
We're not actively.
Dollar General's one, right? Trying to find a stock that's on its lows. Dollar General would be one. That's why I'm bringing this up. It's like you could find some really nice upside on this type of name because money managers, if they're going to take profit out of Apple, Microsoft, Google, where are they putting that money? They need to find stocks that are on their lows, that cash flow, that have a decent balance sheet, that are like a decent company that are going to be around. At least somewhere that they know that their money is somewhat safe, right? That's what's, you guys got to remember and think about, what's a fund manager doing right now? Taking notice to what's going on the broad markets. Let me look at this XOM real quick. I know that's a breakdown. There you go. You got the volume now. You're getting the volume. I was wondering if that was going to be a reversal. I wasn't sure. Oh, look, here she is. We talked about her yesterday. What's Warren got to say?
Promising that the Fed would do better.
Let's talk about what you haven't done, Miss Senator Warren. Talking about, give the poorest their dividends. Just give all the poor people their 15 cents on every $100 share. That'll be just great. Imagine trying to tell somebody else what to do, number one. Number two, I don't know. I just can't stand people like this. I can't stand her. Because it's ignorant. Like there is this, it's bad to retire. It's bad to be able to pay for your son or daughter's wedding. It's bad to make money in America. Come on. Like, it's bad to have some extra money for that vacation or to retire and be able to buy that bus you wanted to buy, that tour bus you wanted to buy and take around the world when you retired.
And as part of learning,
she had it your way. If it was her way, y'all wouldn't have shit below dividends.
Agree with and support end quote, vice chair for
Let alone
supervision
probably
bars
paying the government an extra 15, 20% on top of what it is in capital gains, only to go funding to killing people.
and that you're, quote, confident they will lead to a
Like, for
stronger
real.
and
These
more
are the people, like,
resilient
how do they have a
banking
job?
system, end
That's what I
quote.
want to know.
So
Who the
just wanna
fuck
be clear.
said, yeah, I want her,
You haven't backed
I want to
down
put her
from
in
your
office. Like, who
comments
said
from a
that?
year ago,
I need to know.
Powell.
Because you're out of your
Cut
mind.
lessons, don't let
You're
this
seriously
happen
out of your
again,
mind.
supporting
If you
vice
can't
chair
have
Barr's
a reasonable,
recommendations, which
competent
include stronger
person
capital standards.
who doesn't sit there and treat the federal chairman of the United States of America like a piece of shit, like he's doing something wrong, like she always does.
Capital rules because they are like insurance. You know, they would make the banks safer, but they cost a little money. And would
Imagine
lift
telling
the
someone else
bank's
to do
profits. So these
how
37
to act
banks
and
are
what to
swinging
do
their
when
very
you yourself
considerable weight around
are
to try
treating
to weaken
one of the most
capital
powerful
rules.
men
They've spent
like crap.
tens of millions of dollars
You don't come at him
running
with
ads
respect.
during Sunday night
You accuse him
football, and
of
millions
things.
more
We'll
for
see
an
how she.
army of lobbyists to
Sorry
try
for
to
talking.
twist
Sorry.
arms here in Congress. Impressive spending, but who exactly are they trying to impress? A man on the inside? You know, despite all you said last year when the banks failed about supporting Vice Chair Barr's recommendations to strengthen rules for big banks, public reporting now says that you are driving efforts inside the Fed to weaken the capital rule. You even told the House Financial Services Committee representatives yesterday that you think it's, quote, very plausible, close quote, that you withdraw the rule. As one analyst put it, quote, I don't think they will pass a final rule without Powell's support, suggesting that the rules will have to be weakened, quote, to appease Powell. So, Chair Powell, I'm having trouble reconciling the statements you made last year, which you say you hold on to, statements you made when the headlines were all about 3 giant bank failures, and now your reported efforts to quietly weaken the rules that would strengthen capital standards for giant banks and prevent more bank failures. So let me just give you a chance to clarify the record here. Are you committed to finalizing the strongest version of the Basel III capital rules this year?
God, I hope he
First say
says
that,
no.
We have taken and are taking many more steps to deal with the problems that revealed themselves with Silicon Valley Bank, and that's around supervision.
I could
strong
say, I
liquidity.
could see raising capital requirements a little bit, but not the strongest. Look at Exxon pulling back, guys.
Basel III rules are not directly
Watch the
related.
high,
They're not
like
the thing that is
107,
directly
20.
related to Silicon Valley Bank, as you point
You know,
out.
you
they're-
do
they're
have volume there.
Thing
coming
and
in.
I would just say that we put them out for comment. We got the comments. Anybody's free to go read the comments. My view is that it will be appropriate to make material and broad changes to that before we finalize it. And in terms of, I didn't say that
Material and broad changes to strengthen the rules?
material and broad changes, and we're talking about what that'll mean in the end. I did not say that we would withdraw the rule. I said, there's a concept of reproposal, and I said we hadn't made a decision on that, but that if that turns out to be
Watch
appropriate,
JP
the
Morgan,
Board of Governors,
watch Bank of
then that's something
America,
we would look at doing.
So everything you said
Wells
a year
Fargo.
ago about supporting
Watch the
vice
bigger
chair
banks.
who is responsible for writing these rules?
You and I had a long colloquy.
Yes, we did.
If you read it again, it's on your website.
And I have.
You will see that I'm doing exactly what I said I would do in
No,
that
you
colloquy.
said you would support Vice Chair Barr to get us strong rules, and now he is putting
No,
out rules,
that
and
was
you're
about
talking
Silicon
about
Valley Bank.
reproposing.
The Vice Chair for Supervision has every right to bring proposals to the board. That has happened, but as I made clear in our colloquy, you're not the comptroller of the currency. When I do monetary policy, I have one vote. There are 11 other voters, and that's the
Nice
way it
job.
works. It's not different for the Vice Chair for
I'm
Supervision.
too wrapped
You were
up
the leader of the Fed, and when
in
Pete was on
Miss-
last year, you talked a lot about getting tougher on
Like
the banks,
this-
but now the
I've been
giant
waiting
banks
for
are
her.
unhappy about that, and you've gone weak-kneed on this. The American people need a leader at the Fed.
And
who has
and I
the
think
courage
we
to
got
stand
one.
up
So
to
who are you to
respect
say that we
the
don't have
financial
one?
system. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator.
I'm mad. I'm mad. I'm gonna let y'all know with my little ugly face that I'm mad.
I can tell you Montanans are continuing to see the impacts across the board from inflation.
America
That's been
needs a
brought on by
leader.
The policies of this administration.
America needs somebody to get the job done.
And I commend you for the job you have done.
There you go.
In trying to rein
Tell
in
'em.
inflation, and I encourage you to continue the fight despite political pressures you may face. Last time I
Yo,
checked,
Elizabeth
it's gonna
Warren's
get
got to
lower
go,
here
man,
between
for
now and
real.
November.
Like, she's not
I'm
doing
also
anything
encouraged,
for
contrary
anyone
perhaps to my
except
colleague from
trying to
Massachusetts, I'm encouraged by your
push you
comments
down and
yesterday
hunk
that there will be
everybody
broad
down.
changes
That's going to make
to
it
Basel
harder
III
for
proposal,
loans.
which
You want to go get a loan, you're going to have
would have
more money
significant
cashed down. You're going to
detrimental
have a
impact
higher
on
credit score, or you're going to be paying more in interest, or you ain't getting it at all. So think about
Lastly,
everything
I
that she
commend
says. It may
your
sound
answer
good
yesterday
to an extent,
the Fed is not
but
a
you got to
climate
really
agency.
think how deep down the chain it goes.
Considering the impact
All right,
of
because
climate
if
change
the
is
banks
not
have
a
to,
factor in achieving your
you know,
daily
if they have their mandates,
congressional
they're going to be better off
of
saying, you know what, we're not going to give you the loans.
prices.
It's too risky for
Mr.
us.
Chairman, I
We have
recently joined
mandates
many
we
of my
have to
colleagues
follow, and
writing
if
to
you
you
don't,
about my
we get a
concerns
bunch of
about the
people that
long-term debt
can't
proposal
afford it because
that
the
would
interest rate's
mandate
too high.
regional
We're just not
banks
going to give it. It doesn't even
issue
make
new
sense for us to do it.
long-term debt.
So,
I'm concerned
I
that
don't know.
this will
It's
have
just
a disproportionate impact on smaller regional banks.
you saw what
because they're
COVID brought. That's all I'm gonna
required to
say.
hold their
You
long-term
saw
debt
the
at both
innovation
the parent
that
holding
came
company
out
and
of
insured
COVID.
depository bank.
Unfortunately, people lost their lives.
Could you explain how this
But
aligns
look
with the
at how it
tailoring
changed the game.
requirements set forth
0%
in the
interest
financial
rates
reform
nearly.
bill that we passed
With
back in
time, some people got
2018
some money in their
with Senate Bill
pockets.
2155.
That allowed people to, one, either put that money to work, two, put that money to work into their business, two, be able to borrow money at a low rate and start to innovate and create companies, okay, because you have, it makes sense to borrow money to create a business or to do the things you wanted to do to start that business. And look what happened. Uber, Lyft, like these things, fundamentally, there was a fundamental shift around the world. I haven't entered XOM yet. Just let it. I was thinking it was going to sell off. I just thought that it was. So here's the thing with XOM. I thought that it was trying to tell us that it was going to sell off so it would go higher. Because look at these. Come on. Look at all these tails, right? Look, tail to the downside. At every candle up at the end, there's a tail, 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 tail. But at the end of the day, the buyers won it. So you have an increase in volume. I would be looking, the last place would be 107.21, but I'm not going to be a buyer. Because I want to see if the markets are going to pull back.
Interest payments on our debt.
Let's look at the Dow. Here's how we're going to figure this out.
This year, and will now
Let's go to the Dow.
spending for the entire.
Look at the Dow. It's getting ready. Looks like, to me, looks like it wants to go higher, but this could be a nice rejection area at 388.50. If you break above it, then you have a long. IWM,
that the Fed would ultimately
QQQ.
have to worry about the impact.
Q's are going higher. You want to be long technology.
Debt, or even potentially the risk of a default.
Snowflake. Look at the cup and handle. That might be a cup and handle on Snowflake. Might be.
But could you ever foresee a situation where fiscal irresponsibility snowballs to a point that the Fed would have to
Never mind. That's going to be a failed break. That's not a. Do not trust that.
I
Do
think
not
we're a
trust
long way
that
from
thing right there.
And that's a real, that's a terrible place to be. That's a
I don't
place
know,
where
man.
some
I would.
emerging market countries have found themselves in.
I'm going to be patient because I don't. Look, yeah, look. Oxy's breaking back down. This is, in all honesty, the highs.
But I'll say what other Fed chairs have
Right,
said,
on
which
both
is
of them.
we
At least
really need to
from
get back
like
to
the
that
past
discussion
year,
about fiscal
right? Past 4 or 5 months. We're at the
both sides
highs.
need to get together the kinds of things
So it looks like sellers are still so far in control up there. All right, sellers are still in control up there.
that we go back to a place where those
XOM.
discussions are happening again.
Come on.
I've heard from a number of
XOM.
stakeholders about upcoming
See,
changes to
it looks a little
liquidity
different.
regs,
XOM looks like
including
it broke
a new
out of that where all those sellers were.
ultra-short-term
It's like it broke
liquidity
out.
requirement.
And then if I go to the
As with
daily
any
chart,
policy decision
look at this.
establishing
Boom,
facts
boom,
matters,
boom.
it's important that
Right?
financial regulators
This.
have a
So you can see here, this could be like an inverse head and shoulder, right? Left shoulder,
before releasing
head,
half half-baked proposal rule
Right?
or guidance.
Come
The
on.
question is, what do you believe
And
is
then you
sufficient
have a
time
small
period
right shoulder
that
here,
would allow your
and then it breaks
agency
out.
to accurately
Right, it broke
calibrate
out
new
right there.
sound and reasonable
And then what it do? It
earning
pulled back
requirements.
to the neckline.
That is a great question.
Right?
What
It
we're
pulled back to the
struggling with,
neckline right there.
particularly with all
It
the other
gapped
things
out
that
of
are
it,
going
pulled
on.
back into it.
We're
Now,
looking at
are we going to
some-
get
and
this
this is a
rally? But look at
response to
those
Silicon
tails.
Valley Bank. We're looking
This candle
at some
closed
liquidity
like right
innovations
near
and
the
we're
open. It
asking ourselves,
rejected. It
what
came
form
up,
should
it
that take,
rejected.
and how long
So
should the upper comment and that sort of
I
thing.
think
We're not
right
ready
now
to do
where
that.
we're at,
That's the
it
question
may
we're
want to
at.
test the
Follow-on question,
200 day
finish,
again.
Mr. Chairman.
You know,
Will
it
you
may want to
confirm
turn the
that
200 day
prior to
into
the Federal
support because it's
Reserve
only made it
issuing
resistance. It
new
hasn't made it
liquidity
support yet.
requirements?
That tail never
It
came
will
down
first
into the
conduct
200 day.
all necessary
You know what I'm
data
saying, Matt?
collection that would allow for
So that's how I would
meaningful
read that chart.
analysis
I would say,
of all
okay, it kind of,
potential
you know, gapped up. It was trying to gap and go above the 200 day.
Maybe.
Now I think we could look for a short back down to like
We
105.
can talk about this more, but I don't
Short
wanna
down
make
to
a really specific
105,
commitment
and
like
we're at
that without talking to
107.50.
people who are,
I think that makes sense.
carefully in touch with this, but that,
Can
that
we
is
get
the
a
right
bounce?
Thanks, Chairman.
Thank you, Senator.
I think we could look to get short.
From Pennsylvania.
I do. I think we could look to get short, and where I'm looking to take this is down here to like, obviously the 200 day, but I feel like this makes more sense, like the 106.50, 106 level.
Are you ready, or you want to go to War 5? You're all so generous with each other. It's
If he
Senator
shows up in
Fetterman's
a hoodie,
recognized.
if he shows up in a hoodie,
All right, Senator Warnock is recognized. from
like we know you got something going on with your neck.
Thank you very much,
Oh,
Mr. Chairman.
I thought
Thank you very
Fetterman.
much, Mr. Chairman. Bank spending on buybacks is rising.
That's
again,
Warnock, not Fetterman.
and their consumer small has sharply increased.
I don't know what happened. I must have missed him.
Interest rates are high. and
I must have
the
missed
interest
them.
being paid to depositors, ordinary working families, working people with bank accounts. Not a lot of money in Wall Street accounts remains low. Chairman Powell, I'm concerned that when banks don't increase the interest rates on bank accounts.
I want to hear what some of these people say because I think a lot of them have the wrong image. You know, a lot of people don't have anything. I was thinking last night, guys, they talk about the inequality, this, that, the third. I think they say that, but they don't really fully understand that you can't make the decision up for everyone else to try and thrive. Setting their mind as a person, as an individual to thrive. Some people like to hang out on the streets and hang out, smoke blunts, sing songs. Some people like to go motocross. Some people like to travel. They like to go mountain climbing.Ey're not worried about growing their net worth and focused on money. Right? They want to work, get what they need to get by, and then go do what they want to enjoy. But to say that people have inequality, you can buy some of the best companies in the world at $15, $20, $30, $40, okay, and build your net worth. Everyone has that opportunity. You may not bring in as much as some other people. Someone else is always going to make more than you, but, you know, I just think that, like, I don't know, that's just my opinion. And some people choose not to do that. My family doesn't do it, but they don't know what I know. They don't find enjoyment out of that. They'd rather go to the bank, borrow. No, I'm not going to say like all of them, but just like most people, they think that they go to the bank to go buy something that devalues. You don't have to do that. I mean, you can, but chances are, you know, play the game. If you ever wonder why you're not ahead, you need to play the game. Right? Don't go to the bank and buy a junk of metal that's going to only be worth zero in 10 years. Use it and put that damn money to work. And if you think just having a house is going to do something for you, it's not. Things are going to happen. Things are going to go wrong. There's insurance. There's all kinds of things that go with it. Yes, it may increase in time. You can write off the insurance, or not the insurance, but the interest, but it's just not going to make you, it's not going to get you where you want to be. You want something that cash flows.
But at the same time,
that's a company.
A bunch of things that have to do with the pandemic.
Look at that reversal there, guys.
With higher rates. So
Look, I wonder how many people
shortage
got
of
sucked
homes
into
available
long.
for
Look at that
sale
quick
because
reversal on
many people
XOM.
are living in homes with a very low rate mortgage that they can't afford.
So these are the two I'm watching today.
Which means the supply
Intel,
of regular
XOM.
existing homes
That was our
for
buy
sale
trigger
is
right here in this
historically
area on the
low,
15-minute
very low
chart.
transaction rate. That actually pushes
I still think we get another opportunity.
other existing homes and also
Look at the
new
90
homes.
MA
They're just
finally
not
crossing up
supply.
above. This is
The
what I
builders
said
are busy,
verbatim
but
this
they're running
morning,
into
was
some,
watch
all kinds of
for
supply
it to
issues still
consolidate, kind of like it's
zoning
doing right here,
workers and
and
things
look
like
for
that.
the
So
90 MA
it's quite
to get
challenging.
pulled
And of course,
up
rates are high,
to
so
VWAP and pulled
people who are
up to
buying,
the
a lot of
price
buyers
action.
Are cash buyers,
Okay.
are able to actually pay
It's
without
still
mortgage
very
because
early
mortgage
for
expense.
Intel.
I will say the first problem, the longer run problem of supply, is a longer
You
run
know, I
problem.
just want to be able
The
to
other
see if we can
problems
fill the gap,
associated with
because I
low-rate
think we can.
mortgages and high rates and all that, those will
Oh, come
abate
on.
as the economy normalizes and as rates normalize. But we'll still be left with a housing market nationally.
We don't have a housing shortage. They say we do. I can go right now. At least in my area, I can go outside of my area and go to different states. There's an abundance of homes. What you mean, bro? There are plenty of homes on the market right now. You're just getting to the point where that massive buying is just over with.
Reached a historical peak in 2023.
Unless they're talking about trying to bring the housing price
Black and
down.
white prime age employment,
But, you know,
dropped to a nearly
I don't
50-year
know.
low at around 3%. We can appreciate progress, but a 3% gap is still significant. Would you agree that it is important to continue
All right, look,
focusing
Intel.
on
That's why
narrowing this gap?
this is why I
And if
mentioned
so,
it.
what tools does the Federal Reserve have to do this work?
It's very important, and the single best thing we can do is get prices under control, get inflation under control, so that we can have a long expansion with, the record is clear that a long expansion really gives significant benefits to people at the low end of the income spectrum, because the labor market gets very tight, inflation is low, and they benefit more than anybody. So that's where we were before the pandemic, and we'd like to get back to that place.
Thank you so very much. I think there's some other legislative tools that the Congress could use, and I'm happy to continue to work with the chair in the ways that we've already done.
All right, I think I'm going to get ready and put this on. I'm going to try and take a short on XOM, guys. I'm going to try and take that short.
Thank you.
All right, let me see what we have here. I may use next week's. I'm going to go with the 15th.
CDBCs.
I just don't like that reversal.
On the social media.
Let me see.
That people are concerned about the Fed creating a CDBC without.
Oh, social media.
Authorization.
Like all these
You and I've
people
discussed that
know what the
before.
fuck monetary policy is about.
As you know, there are
Jesus
other
Christ.
means other than a CDBC
I guarantee you she got it off TikTok too. That's like asking me about monetary policy. Yeah, I might know a little bit. I know about sentiment, but I don't know nothing about no monetary policy. There's math formulas and
So
shit.
the question is this: do you still agree that the Federal Reserve cannot introduce a U.S. central bank digital currency without congressional authorization?
Yes, I do.
Let's look for a 69, y'all. Let's see, 31. You know, I'd be safer with the 107. I feel like.
Something like the digital yuan.
Let's see here.
Is used as a means of surveillance, so I think.
Yeah,
will
that
cause
10.
some of those
Okay,
discussions
106,
down. Thank you so
31.
much.
All
My
right,
next
the
question
safer
is about
option,
your core CPE.
and
Now,
even
as you
as
know,
far
there's
as
a
liquidity, is
disconnect
107.
Between how
I would look
you
at next
measure
week
inflation
107s.
and how the American people see inflation, because the American people are spending their money on gasoline and food and rent, things that have gone up a lot. And they hear about these improvements in the economy.
Yeah, I think the 107
that they're
puts
not
are your
seeing
are
in
your
their everyday lives. So
are your
can you
safe bet though
explain,
if you like the downside.
what measures you use to evaluate inflation, and just explain to the American people why you don't factor in the things they spend money on every day.
Well,
life.
they do factor it in. They just give you both
Actually,
sides.
we do. Our
Yeah.
statutory target is inflation. It's not core inflation. So if you look at headline inflation,
There's headline and
for the last
core,
12
right.
months, that's it. That's our goal. It's 2.4%. Core inflation is actually higher than that. it's 2.8%. And the reason is that some energy and food prices
She must not
have
have
come
did her
down,
work.
and those don't count in core. So we, our overall legal target is headline inflation, which is.
And they don't count food and energy
our
because they
best
can't
effort
control
to
it.
capture the cost of living that people
Let's see
face.
here.
It's
Do
not
I want
perfect.
that
It's
much
very- you have to
capital
make
tied
all
up
kinds
at
of
for a
judgments.
107
Easy. I mentioned
with a
housing
delta of
earlier. How do you measure
43?
housing inflation? Lots of issues, but that's what we target. The reason we look at core, though, is
When I could do a 50,
headline inflation,
a 37
tends to
delta
be
and a
more
39.
volatile. It
So,
tends to be pushed
listen,
around by
if
commodity prices,
for
which
some
really
reason,
don't
just so you
relate
guys
to
are aware, if you
the
go
overall
with
state of the economy as it tightens.
if you go with the
So
107
core
this
tends to be a
week,
better predictor
you're going
of
to make,
overall
if you get a
inflation
dollar,
than
if you
overall
get to what from 107.50, you get down to 107. All right, that thing's going to go from 40 cents to damn like 60 cents. You'll be about 20 cents away from 100%. But if you get a dollar, and depending how quick it gets there, then maybe you get 100% out of this trade, if not more. All right. Let's see what the SPY's doing. We want the markets at our back.
My question,
My little girl's sleeping.
Thank you very much. My question
I
is
just
this.
don't know what to
do
do.
you
What's
think is
gold
more
doing?
likely
What
that it
GLD?
will be harder for
Because
consumers to
gold
buy a house
or
that's
energy going higher is going to help gold. I can't believe this thing's broken out, Matt. Even basic like I called this out last Wednesday or Thursday. I looked at it and then I completely forgot about it. So this weekend or tonight, I'm going to go buy sticky notes and I'm putting them on my monitor for when I see something. Like just like the FedEx trade, this GLD, there's been a few of them that I haven't put the trade on because I forgot about them. And I never went back to look.
That it's harder for
Or they
consumers
break out
to
and I'm
buy
like,
a
damn
house
it.
or a small business to get a loan, or that lending just migrates outside of the traditional banking system.
So if there were anything that
So if energy pulls back, it's going to pull gold back. And if the dollar pulls back, which it was last night, the dollar is in its pennant.
I have a chicken and the
Like,
egg
look at this.
question here.
Literally. Like to a T, guys. See if it starts to bounce. And then we just stay here. And then it feels like it's coming. When is this? 2025? I want to know what the date is.
And it particularly
Because I feel like this here at the end of this pennant is when things are going to take place.
So my question is, which comes first? Congress spending more, and so you respond by printing more money? Or are they separate considerations?
It's hard to get my mind around that question. We don't print money to fund the deficit. That's not what
I see what she's trying to do.
But when the government borrows,
And I guess she's trying to, like,
basically the government,
enlighten or get educated or educate the people or something. I don't know.
So that would indicate to me that you do respond, because we, in spending, in deficit spending, are creating a demand to borrow, and you're responding by.
well, we're not making loans though. We're not lending money to the government. We're not financing these deficits.
And so there's no chicken and the egg relationship?
There's not really, no. I'd have to think about this. I got to think about the way the plumbing. Why don't we continue this?
Yeah, I'd love to. And your thoughts earlier about fiscal sustainability and how we can work with you and bipartisan, maybe next year, to address these issues. When you say things, you have to be careful, because what you say has ripple effects outside of this building. But it would sure be nice if we could sit down with you on a bipartisan basis and have those discussions.
You guys see here, see how the 15-minute trade line is really pulled back here and the MACD's getting ready to cross over? That's why I'm just wondering if we're going to get a pullback or actually a follow-through to the
Let me
upside.
start by thanking Senator Fetterman for his allowing me to question. Now, Mr. Chairman, good to see you. Real wages are up, right? That's good news.
Yes, over the last couple of years, wages have been going up more than inflation. Real wages broadly are up.
That means more families have more spending power in their budgets, right?
Yes.
Worker productivity's up, right?
Yes, it is.
Corporate profits are up, right?
I believe so.
And worker productivity is rising faster than corporate profits, right?
I don't know the answer to that. That may well be right.
The charts I show suggest that. So that would indicate that unless, corporations
I think I think we have some news here, guys.
More
HPQ. Yeah, HPQ, guys.
Labor.
I was going to say, HPQ should be a winner, in my opinion.
Is that right?
I think they have a lot of potential, they just don't use it.
I think that, people recognize that these corporations are doing better than ever, and they are deciding now to essentially return the gains made through their workers' productivity, which is going up, more to shareholders. Obviously, shareholders are going to get a profit, but the question is whether or not workers share in that profit to the extent of their worker productivity. And as you know, we've seen a great gap over.
You guys may not know this, but
worker productivity.
Pat Toomey actually used to be really good. I wasn't sure how I felt about him growing up, this, that, and the third, but on the financial committee, he was really good. He was from PA. And he did a really good job. Like, he had an even-keeled mind where, he was for expansion and growth. He wasn't, it was like I felt like, maybe I'm wrong, but I felt like he was like, okay with regulatory actions, like when it was really needed. Okay, so this is pulling back.
Issue with price gouging, right? So we have seen record profits. We've also seen very high prices these corporations are charging for things like groceries. Now,
what I want to see is if XOM ends up making VWAP resistance on this 15-minute chart here. Look at that increase in volume, though. This is why I'm like kind of torn.
It should be known.
I knew I drew it out to say, hey, a failed breakdown to see if it goes higher, but
profits now than they were
it's just.
For example, some of them are. I'm not super focused on individual corporate profits, but yeah, corporate profits I gather have been high overall.
Right. I mean, they're high for a couple reasons. One is that they're charging consumers, for example, at the grocery stores, a lot of money. And the other would be if they're not sharing the benefits of labor productivity with their employees. So I think because we've heard a lot of claims by some of our Republican colleagues.
He's saying claims, but what he just said was a claim. It's not a proven fact.
It's very important that
because if it was so bad, like, why isn't any other company coming out and undermining, and I've said this before, they talk about competition. I'm fucking old and 90 years old. I shit my pants and I'm the president of the United States. Competition is great. Okay, well, if things are so bad, why is no one else stepping up to the plate to provide that competition of cheaper food per more ounce?
In January,
it would be very easy to do. There are plenty of them out there. So obviously there's something going on where they have to, something's going on. It's inflation. It's happened. Now, what he's not bringing up is maybe contractually they've agreed to prices that they have to stick to for future. Like, you don't just, maybe you buy like these big quantities of wheats and all these other things. Right? There is a war going. Let's not blame it on the war. It's price gouging. It's probably like numerous things.
Chairman, thank you, Senator.
Between contracts, like things that they had to agree upon in order to get the goods. So I don't think that they're telling the full story. I think you shouldn't trust both sides of these people. I don't think you should trust these people. Look, he wore a hoodie. What a piece of shit. What a piece of shit.
And I hope we investigate
so alarmed you had to show up in a hoodie.
A cookie that cost
Come on,
$18.
dude.
And do you believe that an anecdote on Twitter about a cookie that cost $18, is that reflective of our
That is
economy
reflective of a
and
company that may or may not be
I
around
don't do
long.
much shopping these days, but that sounds like a pretty expensive cookie.
And now, and I believe that, that the
And I do believe, I don't mean to
now
interrupt,
is the envy
but
of the world after everything right now.
I do believe that anybody can charge what they want at their business, and it's up to them.
Yeah, pretty great.
And if it's too high, apparently
And-
nobody's going to buy
and
it.
Is it fair to say that the stock markets are all up at record highs, right?
Pretty close.
Yeah.
The indexes
And
are.
inflation has been pretty effectively addressed, right?
Been coming down sharply since the middle of last year. Yes, we've got a ways to go on that, but we've made a lot of progress.
And corporate profits are pretty robust. Is that fair?
I believe it is.
Okay. Well, if we can agree that, and I don't understand why more people seem to be talking about a cookie that cost $18, but that seems to be against the evidence as well. But given that, now, since things are pretty great, and we're in a really great, excuse me one second, place. But now I am concerned, and there's rumors going around that Basel they're going to change, and they're going to reducing the capital. And I guess I'm concerned about that because I don't know why we would want to. And also, I want the record to reflect on you're much smarter than I am. But I would be concerned that things are in a really great place right now. We can all agree on that. I would be concerned to change something like that because I wouldn't want to have something, again, like what happened with SVB. And I just wanted to get your take on that.
Sure. So U.S. banks are well capitalized.
Oh, they are capitalized.
Generally speaking.
Go look at the bank term lending
We're not
program.
talking about reducing current capital levels at all. Really, in the Basel III endgame, capital may well go up. And what we're talking about is whether the proposal that was put out by the bank regulatory agencies, including the Fed.
Man, I want to go for this XOM. I do, but I feel like it may squeeze on me.
That's what we're talking about. We're not talking about reducing.
I'm not sure what to do, guys. Well, vote down below. Comment below. Okay. LYT again. Sorry, I wasn't looking at the chat. I'm sorry. LYT. I'm sorry. Let me look at it.
And I actually agreed with him, and he's concerned about the deficit.
Nice. Nice. That's a nice support zone right there. Let me look at the daily. Dude, this thing is broken out. Holy cow.
$3.5 trillion
Holy
to
shit.
the deficit by extending.
I'm sorry,
the
Basic.
Trump
I know you
tax
brought it
cuts.
up,
Would
and I
that
didn't
increase
really.
or decrease inflation?
So I'm going to fall back on our long-time reluctance
Let's
to
see
comment
here.
on fiscal policy. We take your fiscal policy decisions, whatever they may be, we take them as they are, and we conduct monetary policy to achieve 2% inflation. But we don't score inflation. CBO does that. They'll make a judgment on that. But
You
it's not
still have
something we
room.
do because,
You still have a lot of
we're an
room to
independent
$21,
agency.
bro.
It's just to stay that
This thing has room to $21.
So I
No
don't wanna
moving
put you on the
average.
spot, but
Nope,
would-
it ain't
would
over
those
now.
kind of
No. I ain't having it.
think with
Nope,
that
I'm not okay with that.
uh,
I'm not okay with
addressing
that. No,
inflation
I'm just
or
playing. I
inflating
don't know, man. That pivot low, like,
I don't know what the effects would be on inflation. I do know.
You got volume telling you?
Broadly speaking,
it might be.
we need to get
It
to a
might
place
be.
where revenues and spending
It
are
might
better
be.
aligned.
I mean, I get it,
Everybody
you know,
knows that,
the
and,
trend.
I think,
I get the
we used to
trend,
talk about
you
this
know.
a lot 10 years ago. We're not talking about
I
it
get
so
what
much
you mean.
anymore. That's understandable.
I just
The
think
pandemic was a special.
you might have a trade there in the afternoon,
think
or
it's
this thing just
really great
continues
to
to
get back
grind
to
up just like this. And you look back
in
3-4
I have
hours
30
later,
seconds
and
left.
it's
I
up
just wanna go
here,
on the record. I
close to
think
that
you've done a really great
$20
job.
level mark,
And I think our
1862.
economy- and I
So it
do
ain't got
believe
too
that
much
it is
further
the
to
envy
go.
of the world as well. And I'm
Damn, it's up 600 and some
confused that more
percent.
people are,
Holy shit.
Talking about cookies or
Look, it's going to try and
McDonald's
hold.
meals
I know
and
it
these
is.
kinds of things.
People are
It's
going to
not
buy this
reflective
because
on
they
the
see
strength
that
of this
pivot
as well, too.
on the daily
And,
chart that
I just want to thank you for your service.
Thank you, sir.
it might be
John,
over.
thank you,
I
Senator
don't know.
Fetterman. That's the last question. And thanks
Is it
for
a
your
Chinese?
generosity and
This
yielding
is
to,
Technology Holdings.
colleagues who got here before, whom you got here before, if I said that right. Thank you,
Oh,
Chair
wait.
Powell,
So
for
this is
joining us
weird.
today.
Now it's giving me
Every
something
6
different.
months and sometimes
Why
more
did it
often. I
do
look forward
that?
to working with you, continuing to work with you to strengthen our economy. Senators
Okay,
who wish to
you're
submit
right.
questions
You're
to
right.
the
I'm
Trade
sorry.
Record
It was
are
only
due
showing
1
me
week
this.
From today, March 14th, to Chair Powell, please submit
I thought
response
the
to those
pivot
questions
low
to the
was
record.
up at
no more than 45 days
Yeah,
from the day you
yeah,
receive
that's
them.
definitely
Thank you
probably
again
over.
for your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, I was looking at 21. I didn't see that red candle there. All right, now they get to go have a fancy lunch. Maybe hop on a private jet. Maybe smoke a cigar. Maybe have a glass of whiskey. And talk about law and how my man said pussy on national TV. And the F word. I told you that my guy was a nut. I didn't expect him to go that ham. My boy just went off. Just had no, didn't even try to just be like, F word or something. Just something. He said, nope, I'm going to say it. I'm going to say it all because I'm a crazy nut. Oh my gosh. I couldn't even say I couldn't believe he even said pussy. I was like, yo. My dude is definitely losing it. But it's hilarious. I love it. We need more of it. Not really, but I don't know. It's kind of funny. Knowing that C-SPAN is, there's TV. But I think it's a little lagged, so they may have been able to cut it out. Bloomberg had straight taken it off. They just said, yo, we can't keep, what are we doing? Take this off. So XOM, Intel. All right, so we're at VWAP right now. Let's see if we can get some volume to see the volume's not coming in, right? I want to see some nice volume up there. Support, resistance. It's starting to get bought. Man. I gotta be honest, part of me still thinks it's gonna go higher because there's nothing stopping it. But a 200 moving average test, I feel like I could see. But it's tricky. This one's tricky, guys. Here we go. What time is it? It's 12 o'clock. Maybe we have to wait. Yeah, that's the name of the game, bro. I get it. I would do the same thing. If you made the money, be done with it. Call it a day. Look, SoFi. Damn. We missed that one. Oh, my girl's on CNBC today. Haven't seen her in a while. I was wondering where she's been. Liz Young. Brian Belsky. Yo, Brian Belsky's funny as hell. He likes to mock like I do.
He underscored why perhaps the stock market has moved.
Like mocking the resistance that was up there on the SPY.
And we find ourselves with another rally on our hands as a result.
Right, well, and yields have moved down a little bit this week, so I think that's part of the rally. Also, we're still in a period where there seems to be a good amount of risk appetite in the market. So even after a couple days where people get a little trepidatious, we have a tiny little pullback, dip buyers are in, they want the stuff that they think is going to generate growth. And I think that's the piece that investors are keying off of right now, still thirsty for growth, still looking for growth, even in other parts of tech now, outside of things like NVIDIA, outside of the highly valued stuff. So we're probably going to continue along. This would be my take. We'll probably continue along at an okay speed until we get much closer to rate cuts.
Dude, Intel, man. Or no, that's the Qs. Qs are not at highs yet. The Qs still have a couple dollars left to get to highs.
Josh Brown, momentum players aren't leaving. Case in point, NVIDIA topping $900 today, a new all-time high. This is the first time that stock's been over $900 a share. $917 is where it is now. That's a 3%.
I don't think anybody's doing
Any
that.
drop in this stock
You guys
is
will see what I'm
quickly
talking
scooped up,
about with
and
Josh
that's the lesson
Brown.
of what we're learning
Talking
around
about
NVIDIA.
playing the markets like
if you're long
roulette.
the name, the only thing to really do is what I've been trying to do, which is make sure the position doesn't get too big, that it swamps the rest of your holdings. But outside of that, this has been a get out of the way situation. Like I don't know why you'd want to fight with this thing. I know there are people that have this thing where like
Let's see
whatever
if
is
we have
going
stuff
up and making
going
people
on.
money, something must be wrong, and therefore they want to fade it. Or
I
they want
forgot
to think it's
about
for red, and it's going to go
momentum-based
black,
rules
black,
from
black, black, black.
Kurt.
Okay, today it has to be red. You're
Powell
welcome to play
testimony is
that game.
taking
I
its.
don't believe in it. I've never seen anyone do it successfully. So
Yeah,
I think
he's
the
talking
attitude
about
most
the
people
dude.
had about the stock is own it, understand what's going on here is like once in a lifetime, appreciate it, and manage the position. So that's what I'm here trying to do. So far, so good. No complaints.
Yeah, Mizuho today takes the price target to $1,000 from $850. When you eclipse one target, Brian Belsky, you're trimming this almost.
I'm pretty sure it's A.
You suggest it's
Let's see.
tiny. The trim that is.
We're gonna debunk this.
Brian, why are you bearish? Thank you so much for having us. We really appreciate it. Thank you. We're humbled by that.
Look at this skin tone, right? I know it's a shadow. I know it's a little bit of a shadow right here. It might be real, but I don't think it is. Look how foggy it is. Like, we're talking the new iPhones. They're not foggy.
You run the danger of this position getting too big, especially with the run-up. So, are we being cute? I never have a problem with being accused of being cute.
The legs are connecting. It might be
Take
good.
50 basis points off. And if and when, like we think the market's a little frothy here, when the market comes back in, we'll add again.
Do you think the market's too frothy?
We do. And we have a real issue with everyone chasing
Like,
the market.
watch the arm.
What's really interesting
Too. Watch the legs. Watch the tone of the colors. One might get skinnier than the other.
And the issue is, I think, playing the
I think
momentum
it's
game,
AI generated.
and I think straying from their process and discipline as strategists and just trying to play the upside. Now,
The face is pretty
just to be
good.
clear,
But like, you notice how you can't see eyes and stuff. Like, and like look at that. Like, tell me that that's not fake. Look at his face. Look at his head. Looks like a damn Palantir selling off. Let's get it. Yeah, that's fake. That's fake. I don't know what's going on here. This is fake as hell.
losing a little bit of,
I can
let's say,
tell. Look at it.
points off our 5,100 target. But remember,
Look at that. That's actually kind of scary. It looks like a cartoon. Or not a cartoon, but like a gameplay.
Case is 5,500. I still think we can get to our bull case at some point, but let's take a little bit of a breather here. We have too many bulls right now.
Are we really that frothy in an environment where it's
Look what they did.
They're going to come down.
Look. There's nothing.
At least as it relates to
Wham.
some of the largest multiple stocks in the market are showing up. So maybe we're not that frothy as it would seem in an environment that is fast changing from a rate standpoint and an earnings
Our forecast all along is that the first half of the year that we're going to see rates around 4%. That's where we are. Are we frothy on a near-term basis?
Yep, right there.
According to history in terms of second years
Just
of bull
look how
markets,
fake this
we're about
is.
700 basis points ahead of the average bull market in 4 months into the second year.
Yeah, look. What happened to him? He just completely moved.
With everybody agreeing that we're in a bull market and everybody
That's
trying
so
to play
funny.
this momentum game, when everybody agrees that things are positive, I want to go the other way. Just like when everyone's super negative, I want to be
that
contrarian.
doesn't
I feel
even.
like there are still a lot of bears out there who are afraid to change their view now because they've been negative for so long.
No, I think
Like,
that's
notice
true
how
on
there's
the-
no
on the
spaces in the
true
feet?
bears that are always
Right there.
bearish, right? But you
Like,
see
it's
these
all
fringe
one
people
piece.
talk about being bullish, even
It's just
though they're kind of
cartoony. Look at the
speak
skin.
is
Look at the
actually
color.
bearish. So
Like, look at this. Like, are you on the mat? Are you in the mat? Are you, this one's floating above.
we think we can get stocks a little bit cheaper in the
Like,
next few months.
whenever you see those, like, look at the shoe. How it extends way over here.
In their words, abnormally overbought. They point to
And there's no
semis being at the
detail.
top of that list. Plays off of Nvidia. I could go down the list of the names that have just ripped and roared. You trimmed Nvidia too. Now, if
Oh, I guarantee you, if I went through this, I'll find a good one.
what are we supposed to do with it?
Right. The trim of Nvidia was factually a mistake.
Look-
I mean, I
look
don't think
at-
we need to spend much breath on that. I'm
Look,
very much
what the hell is it? Did your arm just change dimensions? Your arm just changed dimensions.
Distributive day. And when that happens, I'm going to trim. I'm going to trim in the semiconductor space, which is the epicenter, in my opinion, of this melt-up. But I'm not going to try to anticipate it. That was a mistake with Nvidia, obviously. And this thing can, look, it could turn tomorrow. Who knows knows what the jobs report is going to be. Or it could go another 10% higher. And my feeling on this is that on a distributive day, if I end up trimming Qualcomm or NXP Semiconductors on a down 4% day, you can look at the charts of either of those companies because it's not just NVIDIA that's been melting up. These stocks, look at them 1 year or year to date. I mean, they are turning exponential. So if I end up giving up 4 percentage points on stocks that are up 60%, believe me, I can live with that. But for right now, ride it. Don't try to anticipate it. It can go on far longer than you've lived.
I agree, it's a sector-wide melt-up. And just to put some meat on
You've been nervous about the NASDAQ more than most.
Yeah, so mainly mega cap.
His name. It's good, but it's not. It's so fast that like they tried to. It's fake. He's not even moving. He can't move. He doesn't move that fast in real life. They move fast. Trust me. Listen, I know. But like some of these, like it's just like. Yeah, on those punches, but like he's not. It's fake.
That's a dip. The rest, not quite yet a dip. But semis are just across the board. I was looking at some tickers. TSM up 5%. AVGO up 3, ASML up 4. If you look at a 10-year annualized basis, the SMH is up 28%. That's annualized returns for one industry group within tech. That's more than double the S&P 500, which, by the way, hasn't had a bad decade. The S&P is 13% annualized over 10 years.
All right, sorry about that.
This is
I still think it's fake. This dude says from 4 years ago, but it's clearly.
Are not changing day to day.
I feel
to
like
the degree that these stock prices and market caps are changing.
That's what Wolf said
That's what
today.
a melt-up is.
Just crushed it. That's what Wolf said.
That's all I do is
Liz,
crush it.
momentum is going to
Like that's not Mike Tyson's skin tone.
disappoint.
That's not his
We're
skin
not
tone.
seeing anything close to fundamentals
On his
really
legs. It's
disappointing.
not
Now,
that bright.
can-
It's not
you
that
can say,
light.
Okay, well, maybe the Mag 7 is now the Mag
I
5
don't
for
know.
the time being. Maybe the fundamentals have disappointed from Tesla's standpoint, and maybe there are
I
questions
think it's
about
fake.
the fundamentals related to
And they've
Apple and China
pushed
and weakness
forward.
around the iPhone.
I think
and
it's
market
fake. That's
share
just
there.
me.
But otherwise, you haven't had enough of a fundamental disconnect.
Palantir
to offset
dropping.
the trade at large.
Let's do it.
And I don't know that we're going to get one from
What
a
is going on
stock-by-stock
here?
basis that's big enough to send the whole market the other direction. I think
Look,
if there's going to be
bro,
bad
just do
fundamental news,
something.
it's
Like
probably
wear
bad economic
like a
fundamental
coat.
news,
Like
and the Fed reacts
the
to it, and
hoodie
people
is
get scared
like
because
like
of
come
that.
on, bro.
But you have to also notice
Half the
that
people aren't even
I
allowed,
remember
but
when
you
we
are.
talked about, can the market
Like,
go up without Apple?
I'm not
The
hating
answer
on
to
John
that now is
Featherman.
yes.
Do I
We've
like
just
him?
shifted
I
our
don't
view
like
to
or
now,
not
can the
like
market
him.
go up
I don't
without
hate him.
NVIDIA?
I don't
And
not
we don't
hate
know
him.
the
Like, I have
answer to
no
that yet,
feelings
but I think you
towards
have
him.
to
But
recognize the momentum
Boeing is
strength
finally
that
up
is
today.
behind
Yeah,
that.
let's
And
check
that
it
doesn't
out.
mean that it's correct. That doesn't mean that it's not
just
all
think
gonna
it's a
come
little
crashing down, right? Big tree fall
weird
hard
that you
at
think
some
it's
point.
okay for you to walk around. Like, cause I know you got something on going on with your
Well,
neck.
dare I
Like,
say that there was a period of time where maybe we
I can't
couldn't
zoom in.
have withstood
It's not letting me zoom
a
in.
significant
There it
decline in
goes.
Apple or an Alphabet, but now that slack, if you will, is being picked up by so many other
The
areas of the
market cap
market.
gets redistributed.
Right. Well, we just changed it. We just moved it off Apple and put it on
Yep, it's
NVIDIA.
pulling
So
back.
now,
Well, it's
without
not like
NVIDIA, it might
NVIDIA is the
not.
only mega cap stock doing well. I said, Meta hits a new high
Right.
today. But my point is
So
that
maybe
if you've got,
XOM is going to be the one to buy, but Oxy would be the one to short
a drop in
if
Apple
there's a
doesn't
short there. I
stick out
still
like
think
a
it's
sore
just
thumb.
holding up. It's holding up okay.
absorbed by these other
Boeing,
areas. That's what we're missing now.
finally jumping off of that 200 level.
Why some of those other sectors are
I said
doing
that
well.
yesterday that I was like, man, I want to start seeing some of these names get off like Boeing. It just won't get off of that level.
Then people started to chase, to Brian's point. Everybody's starting to raise their targets. So we're chasing this momentum rally. People are recognizing, people are reasonably rational about the multiples right now, recognizing that some of that had gone too far too fast, but they absolutely don't want to take their money out of equities. So they just start rotating out of the stuff that they've been holding that was up a lot and into things that are adjacent. So other parts of tech, or maybe the cyclicals, because the economy didn't fall apart. But the fundamentals economically
That's some nice
didn't get
volume today
materially
too.
better. They just
You
didn't
might
get
be able to get a
worse.
dip by
So
here.
we're
It's only up
sustaining through this, where we're still
0.83%.
growing, we're okay.
You know, I
Inflation's
would.
not that big of a concern. The labor market hasn't cracked. So suddenly everybody said, okay,
Yeah,
let's look at
I
the
was-
cyclicals now, which is you see this big run up in industrials. And now I think investors are still looking for
You
other
still might be
places where
able
it
to
makes
get
more
a shot
sense
there.
to pay that multiple because
still
they're,
might
they're
be
still
able
searching
to.
for upside.
I want to hit financials too, Brian, with you because I feel like, remember, the financials been it's been a favored place for you I think the most substantial thing that came out of the 2 days of Powell,
We
since
still
we really
probably can.
we didn't get much, if anything, new
Here's
on
why.
the monetary
Look,
policy
here's
front,
why I'm a little
was he all but
hesitant.
slammed the door shut on these
It's
new
just a
Basel
little
III
undersold on a
regulations
15-minute
that have
chart.
been
Like,
railed
if I
on
could
by
get a
bank
bounce
CEOs
back, I
and long
would.
discussed.
Let's look
Powell
here.
made it
Nope, it's
clear
oversold
that there are
now.
gonna be major
So
changes
who do
to
I
what is
trust?
being
Pre-market
proposed, and
or
that
no
is going to
pre-market?
be good for the banks. There's no real
Do
way
I
other way
trust
to look at
pre-market
that. Over the
after
past
hour
month, the
data?
XLF
RSI, or do I
52-week high now.
trust
Wells
the
is at a 52-week high. JP Morgan's at a high. You're trimming that one, though.
Yep. We trim a little JP Morgan because we prefer Citigroup,
at
as we've
that
been adding to Citigroup over the last 5 months. It's a
And
contrarian
that's
play.
this
We
morning.
love to buy banks when they're restructuring and cutting costs. But we've been long-term bulls in terms of the big banks, the asset managers, and the brokerage firms because of the scalable size of this. Now, with respect to the regulations falling off, now you have the opportunity for some regional banks to add scale.
I just don't know
How do
what.
they add scale? Through M&A and business combinations. So I think you're going to see consolidation be a major theme, maybe as early as the second half of this year, but certainly in
Listen to
25
what
and
Brian
26.
has to say.
And that's going to be really, really good.
He's pretty good at what he does.
Overall, which, oh, by the way, still remains relatively underweight by the majority of our institutional investors.
I mean, JP Morgan is a place, as Josh knows, that has had just tremendous momentum behind it. There's nothing to suggest, at least on the surface, that paradigm is about to change anytime soon, correct?
Yeah, I don't think so. It's a standalone issue, even within financial services. There is no other institution that has all of the elements that JP Morgan has. They're number 1 or 2 in every business that they're in. They're more profitable than most of their peers. They don't make stupid decisions when the market gets shaky. And then when the market normalizes, they tend to out-earn everyone else. It's one of these things where you actually don't get penalized for paying a slightly above industry multiple for the stock. It's a higher price book. It's been proven year after year why it's a higher price book, and that has
I got
never
scared. My
worked
cat
against you.
was
Look at the
bugging
performance
out.
of JPM
She was
versus
like,
the XLF
she might have been
versus
having a
the
dream.
banks versus
I should have went
basket
long
case stocks
intel.
like Citi.
I
Consistently,
fucked up.
it works, it works, it works.
Former basket
fucked
case
up.
stocks like Citi, because the stock is.
That's where the money I feel like was. I mean, I don't know what they're at now. I don't know how much they're up.
Hit a new 52-week high. Jimmy, even talk about what Jane Frazier's been doing over there.
But I felt
at
like
Citi, sort of reinventing
I
what
put a
it's
circle there and I never bought it. I never bought it. I think because I was waiting to see if that flat top resistant was going to be resistance or not, and then looking for.
The history, and I'm not
thing.
taking shots
I
at
know.
you. I mean, I think you clearly have to
Let's
understand
see.
that the
Let's
sentiment
see.
has changed. I agree with
Let's
Brian
find out.
on this. The street is finally giving Jane Frazier credit for what she's doing.
Cost cutting, big deal.
No. You're being too dismissive of this. I mean, for 2 years, she's been right-sizing the business internationally, getting rid of underperforming divisions.
Resistance? Could test.
Divisions like municipal bonds, obviously near and dear to my heart, but she looked at that with a clear, cold eye and said, this isn't giving us enough return on equity. We're done with it. The street applauds that. And frankly, the value
I mean, that's a nice.
Josh, I don't want to
Just look to see what like what it's been doing.
What's happening right now
Like, has it been holding VWAP? Has it been rejecting the 90 MA?
By the way, that doesn't mean we're having an argument. If you have fundamentally different,
It's nice, consistent. Yeah, it's making VWAP resistance. So I would look for a bounce back up there at 27.
Frankly, it's credit cards, which if you believe that the economy is going to go strong, then it's a fine place to be. If you're bearish on the economy and you're worried about delinquency, some may be, they say, I don't want to own Citi. Oh, by the way, they also
That would be cool if
business and treasury security for corporations and security
could test yesterday's close, that area.
You can own both, and I think people
2620,
have completely said no to
2618,
Citigroup.
2625
For the record, we own more
area.
JP Morgan in our portfolios than we do Citigroup. We're very pointed in terms of where we own Citigroup, but I think it's time to start
And
looking
honestly,
at
you could just watch at any minute. It could just reverse itself to the upside. That could have been a test to the breakout, like close from yesterday on this like ascending wedge. Let me go look for. I'm gonna go look for some names. See what Wall Street Bets is saying.
That's good. All right, so let's do this. Let's take a quick break. When we come back, we do have more committee moves to tell you about. Josh just sold 2 important stocks. And we're
Tonight, I'm going to shoot to get some sleep. There we go. We said it earlier this morning. So a lot of the ideas worked. Amazon long. Get through 185 or 175. We weren't worried about 176 because we still haven't gotten through 175 and held it. But not to say that that's not a resistance zone, because it is, but
What's incredible, though, is that this time investors aren't worried at all about a New York Community Bank corp failure reverberating throughout the entire financial system. They know most banks are actually stronger than ever, which is why their stocks...
oh, Jesus Christ. Kramer just never fails to say the stupidest shit. Many Americans feel that NYCB Bank is okay. We're not going to have a bank failure. And they think the banks are well capitalized and everything is good. Yo, my boy literally just said that shit on TV. Or in a commercial. Like, what? I don't think anybody's talking about banks. Or at least, you know, ordinary people. But even investors know that, like, it's only a matter of time. There is a program going on right now. So if something does happen, you know, or it's not even that if something happens. I don't know. I just feel like some of these banks have an opportunity to, like, not have to say, hey, we need to raise money. You know, there is this, like, the way I understood it, there was, like, only certain banks with X amount of, like, liquidity and holdings or something could, you know, had access to it. But whatever. I'm going to pull up. Okay. What are we doing here, Exxon?
We're back. Let's go through some of these committee moves I said we had today. Well, that was quick. McDonald's. I said on the day
I just looked at McDonald's. I literally just looked at McDonald's and started to get hungry. Oh, yo, yes, I do have food. I'm going to heat up some food real quick, gang. I'll be right back.
No, you hit it on the nose. Shaq reported and just absolutely blew everyone away.
Let's look at Roblox. I haven't looked at Roblox in a while, and like Goldman Sachs. Haven't looked at Goldman Sachs in a while. Roblox is in a downtrend. If you would have got short every bounce and just swung the downside to that trade.
Well, that was quick. McDonald's. I said on the day that you bought it, you almost cornered the burger market with Shake Shack, and you needed just a couple of other names. But now you've sold McDonald's, hit a stop loss on it.
Yeah.
Did you think you'd be this short time in this name?
So you hit it on the nose when Shaq reported and just absolutely blew everyone away, and all the upgrades started coming in. I just said, like, if I want to hold this position at the size that it is, I don't really need the McDonald's. So I tightened the stop, and I got knocked out of it. So cut down a couple of points from where I bought it. I think McDonald's will be fine this year.
I knew it. I knew these MSO names were going.
It's one of the best executors in the space. So I'm not bearish on McDonald's. It's just a stop loss. NBD. What else do we want to do?
No, I mean, but Shake Shack, by the way, I mean, you can't almost talk about one without
I can't
the
sell
other.
it. It's the best.
It just got upgraded to outperform again today at Cowen. Price target goes to 125 from 91.
My friend,
so we just
listen to me now and believe me later. There is no company in this space that, for me, has the same amount of potential right now as Shaq has. Like, Chipotle is better, but that already actualized. This is the one that hasn't yet actualized, and I don't want to own both of them. I can't part with this thing. Think about what's been going on here. They're growing now 20% a quarter, okay? So, full stop. I can't think of another QSR play growing at that rate. They can because it's only a few hundred stores. They haven't had revenue growth under 17% since the first quarter of 2021 when they were still shaking off the pandemic. They've gotten more profitable. 7 quarters ago, they were losing money on a net income basis. Now, they're beating the street on a regular basis. They just saw the best net income this past quarter since they came public. And they're opening stores at a rapid pace. And they're licensing to foreign operators in like 30 different countries. This is the stock. So McDonald's is okay. This is what's popping in the street.
See if Boeing can hold here.
Tell me about that.
Up here at 202.75.
listen, they had a good earnings report. It ran up, and then it started to fall off. And
What is
I
that,
said, you know what,
200?
life is too short.
Or
So
202.
I only have X dollars that I want to
202.50.
that I want to allocate to tech and communication services. I don't have any time for this one. I think they'll be fine. I think there is a potential for growth here, and the multiple is like 12 times forward at this point. So it's not an expensive stock. I don't think there's a lot of risk. It's just doing nothing. It failed at 70, and I just looked at it and I said, I have so many other things I would rather be doing right now than watching paint dry.
Let me ask you this, and this is purely anecdotal, so maybe there is absolutely nothing to it. The fact that I feel like I get many more, and maybe you all feel the same way, I don't know. You get more Teams invites than you do for Zoom these days. Does that mean anything?
Google Meet. But that's why the stock is where it is. It's in an 80% drop. That's everyone gets that. The story of Zoom is can they become an enterprise provider for other things and just use the calling feature as like the Trojan horse to get into Fortune 500 companies.
It could be a
They're
nice
making
setup.
some progress. They're signing up
That could be a
customers
nice setup
for
right there.
upgraded services above and beyond video. We all get that video is a commodity. So they don't have to really compete with Microsoft. They just have to get big enough where Salesforce says, screw it, let's buy it. From my perspective, that's what could happen with Zoom. The problem is the pace. It's happening very, they're just not growing quickly.
Okay, Brian Belsky, let's get to two moves quickly from you. You trimmed your stake in Home Depot.
Yeah.
Why?
Well, we've owned it for 12 years. It's been a core name in our big cap space. We want to become tighter in certain areas like Lulu. We love Lulu.
You bought more.
We bought more.
Okay. Tell me more.
Well, Lulu brand name. We've owned it for a long time, not just because we work for a Canadian bank, but it's listed in the U.S. But we love the theme of Lulu and their new product offering and what they're doing. And the stock went down a little bit near beginning of the year, and that's why we bought more.
All right, I'm gonna use the restroom. I'll be right back.
Hi, Leslie.
Hey, Scott. Yes, President Biden will reportedly unveil an emergency mission to establish a new port on the Gaza coast tonight at this State of the Union address. According to NBC News, the move would allow more food, medicine, and other supplies into the war-torn enclave. The operation will not require American troops on the ground. The Swedish government formally joined NATO this morning, becoming its 32nd member after the Prime Minister handed Secretary of State Antony Blinken the accession papers at a ceremony earlier this morning. The Prime Minister will also be a guest of honor at President Biden's State of the Union.
I don't believe that. I don't think it's going to be that big. I think they know Tyson's washed up. For anybody that's
and it
seen
will be
him.
shown live on Netflix. The streaming giant announced today the two will fight in what it calls a boxing mega event on July 20th inside AT&T Stadium in Arlington, Texas. The event is Netflix's latest push into the live sports realm. You can think of some metaphors there, but definitely one to mark your calendar for, Scott.
All right, Les. Thank you, Leslie Pickard. You think that's going to be a fight?
I think it's going to be huge, like globally. This is going to be one of the biggest things Netflix has ever had people concurrently watching. And that's really key because if they want to...
You're being serious.
I'm being dead serious. I think Netflix...
Sometimes I can't tell.
I think Netflix is going to get like the NFL in a couple of years. All of this is a precursor. Them showing off their ability to coordinate a global audience where people in Asia are watching that fight at 2 o'clock in the morning or whatever. Like, they're going to be able to do something that almost no other platform can do. Certainly not broadcast networks, probably not traditional pay-per-view. What you're watching right now is a precursor to the future. And Netflix, like, really has the ability. I know it's not like boxing purists are going to have like 80 different problems with this. I probably won't even watch it. I just think it's fascinating that they're leveling up in live sports in a way that a lot of people didn't think that they would.
Netflix up 1.25%. Does anybody own Netflix on the desk today?
I wish I did. Does that count?
I think it's in a horse race between YouTube and Netflix.
All right, Shake Shack is going higher, guys, on a price target. They just got upgraded.
Clearly been making into live sport.
Okay, they just got upgraded. Shake Shack just got upgraded. Shake Shack is really good. I'm not even gonna lie. Shake Shack is really good.
Calls of the day. We have some bullish analyst activity today on IBM, on United Health and Deere, and the good news is we have ownership across the board. So we'll give you the trades next.
Local life and cultural treasures. Because when you experience Europe on a Viking longship, you'll spend less time getting there and more time being there. Viking.
Not something I would trade, but Shit, I was talking the whole time. Let's see if we can't put this trade on XOM. Be careful, though. I gotta be honest. Alright, I'm gonna get these 75 this week. Or the 107s. Alright, I'm gonna get the 107s for this week. It's only a day left, so you gotta be careful.
Empower those who act. Those who see the correlation between predictability.
You gotta be careful.
Those who manage risk
Come
by
on.
anticipating each movement. Flawless execution. Timing and accuracy.
Flawless execution, timing, accuracy.
Reach new heights. CME Group, where risk
CME Group, where risk meets opportunity. Yes, I love y'all. Thank you guys for the likes. Hell yeah. Thank you guys so much. That means a lot. Alright, they are up a little bit. We can do it. Let's grab a 107. Let's grab a 107. Come on. We can do it. Where are we at? Let's just go through everything. I understand what's going on here. Make sure you fully understand everything that's going on. mRNA going higher. XOM.
What they say, pixie dust. New 52-week high, highest since June of 13. 6 straight months of gains.
Let's do it.
Shares of Marinus right now are $8.68, now 38 cents.
Juggernaut continues to increase the dividend. We're going to continue to own it.
Okay, United Health, top pick, B of A. Reiterated a buy there, price target maintained 675. Jimmy, they say they were overly penalized.
Kramer.
By that DOJ. All right, calls of the day, IBM. That's where we're starting today. Price target gets to 185 at Bernstein from 165.
All right, I took it, guys. I am in that trade. I'm in XOM. I don't like it. I gotta be honest. I don't really care for it. So I'm gonna be just managing my risk with this thing.
6 straight month of gains. Belsky owns the stock.
You can probably get it cheaper than me.
Portfolio. It's in our dividend growth portfolio. Cash Juggernaut continues to increase the dividend. We're going to continue to own it.
Okay, United Health, top pick, B of A. Reiterated a buy there, price target maintained 675.
All right, so I'm in XOM.
They say they were overly penalized.
I took XOM.
By that DOJ news that came out.
Short.
What, about a week ago or so?
Let me write this in here.
Heavily, and not just by the DOJ, but also the medical loss ratios, which have been creeping up for all of these healthcare providers. Bottom line is, I think too much penalized. So I agree with the call. At roughly 17 times this year's earnings, this is a stock
going to
that
bounce back. I
traditionally
knew
has traded
it.
above 20 times earnings. It is a high-quality company in a space that's going to be growing. We know that as people age, there's going to be more need for medical insurance. So I think this is the right time to be buying it.
Even when theoretically,
I'm going to keep my stop pretty tight on this. I'm not going to give it a bunch of room. I just want to see if we can close today. Here's my plan. My plan is to see if we can close down around where we opened today.
I think that's an absolutely valid
All right, maybe even down here 107, get me in the money. Okay. What I'm looking for longer term is a pullback from up here to the 200-day moving average, which is down at 106, 105.90, 105.80. Okay, that's what I'm looking for. That's what I'm looking for.
Mostly because of the dividend and the cash.
I think the stock is breaking down. If you look at a 5-year chart, it had substantial support in like the
it does. I know. That's why I didn't know what to do with this thing, and it's been what you might call it.
I think it tells you that something has materially changed
It's
here.
been
with the type of people who would normally come in and buy this stock
kind of funny.
on that dip. The fact
See,
that
we
they're
haven't
not
really.
all of a sudden,
We
after
kind of
repeatedly
have.
rescuing the stock at that level.
Yep, and look, the volume is clearly to the buy side, so I feel like I'm fighting the trend. Look, this could be resistance now. Like yesterday's high did not hold here, did not hold.
Jimmy,
I feel like it's trying to make it resistance now. Let's see if we get an increase in volume. And what? Markets are at highs. I'm just trying to tie the pictures together, you know. And you know what? The RSI did pull back. 3-minute chart, top right. VWAP acted as resistance. We'll find out. We'll see. We'll see what happens.
At this valuation, I think it's fair that we can hang on to it here. But I'm looking for that oomph. You're hearing the lack of enthusiasm, so stand by.
Well, you only like the stocks in your book that have gone up. This stock is down 6.5% year to date.
You know, that's a fair point.
Let's call it what it is.
That's a fair point, and I think it's true for all of us. We do love our stocks when they're going up.
I felt like it was an obvious.
Come on, let's go.
6.5%. You'd be like, yeah,
get rid of it.
Listen, you know what, Scott?
If they just put an NVIDIA chip in every tractor?
Push it to the limit.
Wait a second. You're making an even better point, right? The reason to own this stock for the long run is
AI farming. What's up?
Is precision farming. I'm not making a joke. I mean, you're coming at it from a sense of humor, but actually, there's reality there. That is the reason to own it for the long term.
Candles are really small.
Prices. I hate it, folks.
Maybe Deere does this into an ARR story. Did they not? They turned the machines into subscription-priced vehicles that you now have to pay for like software.
Yeah, look, I'm not selling the stock, but I'm also not buying what you're selling.
Maybe it's not quite that.
You're buying these big, 100 horsepower plus combines, things that
I grew up on a farm on Long Island.
Look,
It was a
here we
bagel
go.
farm.
Like, if we can just get the SPY and
maybe it's karma. It's karma because, we call you Farmer Jim, and you don't own a Deere.
see
you don't
if
drive
the
a Deere.
markets do decide to pull back a little bit, that would help our cause.
You got a good memory, Scott.
What kind of tractor?
The yen was really cheap. The yen was really cheap.
And it
okay?
bounces.
This is
And
like
then next
classic
one is going to
macroeconomics.
bounce.
Kubota won out over John
All right, well,
Deere.
now sell high. Go for the Deere. The yen, right? Look what's happened in Japan.
I'm not selling the stock, and your point, seriously, about behavioral investing is well made. I'm not selling the stock, but I can't get all enthusiastic. I hate looking at crop prices.
All right, we're going to bounce. We're going to come back. We're going to talk about
Yep.
buybacks under attack.
It's
And you're going to hear
coming.
about it tonight. President Biden expected to take
coming.
in his State of the Union address. What he's proposing, how it could impact
coming.
our
That's where that
portfolio.
reversal
We
happened.
always talk about buybacks and how
Gotta
positive
get
they've
through
been
it.
for stocks like Apple over time and so many more.
It's got to get through it.
Something about to change. We'll debate it next.
Trust me, it's on my watch too because of that reversal. Like, I was watching it when it went there just this past previous time at like 11:45, and I seen what happened there. So that's why I was like, I'm like hesitant, but I don't know. Let's see if it reverses off of here. I feel like I could take a couple dollars a contract off right here.
Don't research upgrading ADAP from a hold to a buy
Let's
with a
go.
$3 price target. That's alpha.
Come on.
We're down in the closing bell market zone. Here to break down the crucial moments of this trading day.
Let's go. You can take a piece off there. Let's go. There's a little bit of volatility. You take a little bit off right there. Let's go. That's just a small little. Let's go. 50 cents. 5 cents on 50s. What? That's 10%. Y'all gotta start making shit clear in your head. What's going on? Okay. 5 cent on 50 cent is what? That's 10%. Let's go. Let's go. Let's start getting this follow through. Dude, she's starting to get some follow through there. If you guys aren't, if anybody took this, take some off. Take some off, because if it flips back around and that shit gets back to your entry price and you just watched it go 10 cents on 50 cents. All right? This is not meant to be a home run trade, so don't treat it as such. This is not like we're riding a whole bunch of momentum. But if you just want to hang on to it until tomorrow, that's cool too. That's kind of the goal, right? See if you can take this thing by the end of the day and get it back down here to like the low of day, into like, I'm looking to see if we can't test like 107, Like, honestly, I'm going to be truthfully honest. I want to see if we can take this thing, maybe not today, but by tomorrow. You come in tomorrow with a gap down. Look at that tail from yesterday. Let's test this this 200-day moving average. It's down at 106, 105.85. That's what I'm going for, is that 200-day moving average. You know, look, start turning that up again, a resistance. Right there, start turning that into resistance. That would be nice. But that's, you know, just be careful, because now it's way down here and it bounces. And then you bought a Friday contract and now you're down money and the stock is down further and it's moved down and you're not getting paid.
Officials tell us that President Biden will propose quadrupling the stock buyback tax
So you have
from
some
1%
profit taking
to
there.
4% tonight. Biden signed that 1% tax into law in 2022, but it really has not done much since
It is
then
in an
to slow
uptrend.
buyback activity. So
It
he
is.
wants to lift it now
But-
so that companies will invest in productivity and the economy, as the White House
But
says,
listen to what I'm
rather
saying.
than in windfalls for
Here's what's
investors.
going on.
Now, this is still
Here's
just
what's
a
going on.
proposal, and it's
And
one
I'm gonna
we've
be real
seen
with y'all.
before. So Congress is not likely
I'm gonna
to
be
move
real
on
with
this
y'all.
anytime
Okay?
soon, but it does still show us one way.
You
Biden
have
will be looking to raise
an
corporate
inverse head and
taxes
shoulders
to
here,
fund his
right?
agenda moving forward.
You gapped up, you pulled back to the neckline, and then you gapped above the 200-day. And what have we done up here? It's showing you with the high RSI MACD spreading apart that'll probably today start to pull itself back in and even itself. By today, it should start to like pinch itself even closer, hopefully, okay? But the goal is to pull back to the 200-day, take the profits off, get long on if the 200-day holds for the real long. Okay? This is just where can I make some money? Where can I pull some money out of the markets? I am seeing this whole area up here is resistance. I'm going to treat it as such. I'm going to treat it as such. You know, this isn't going to be a home run trade. Maybe the long gives us the home run trade. You have some minor resistance up here at 108. Okay, 108 is resistance. And you ticked it. Literally, damn near to a penny. But we need to pull back and close down at that 200-day and hold it. That's just my opinion. But I think that's what it's doing. I think you get that pullback to the 200-day. Because you haven't even tested it yet. And maybe you come in with the gap down tomorrow, and that be it.
To just say, you know what?
Yep.
We need more money. We want
That's
to
why
take
we
it from
take
the investor
profit.
class. We want to take it from the CEO class. Just be real
See if
about
we
it.
can't,
And that's a clever way to take it in the form of an
VWAP.
excise tax.
If we get to VWAP, I'm going to reload a quarter of the half that I took off. I feel very strong about this, even though the volume is to the upside. If we break above VWAP, I'm going to take it off. Or if I start to be down a little much, a little more than I want to be.
As a tax. Yeah, I mean, I'm in such violent agreement with what Josh said. I mean, it was so eloquently put. I was just going to give another example. You used Meta, he used Apple. Look at General Motors, because I think this is a better example. I mean, they're buying back $10 billion worth of share. And at the same time, they've been investing for years in electric vehicles.
What a monster rip, y'all. Like, did y'all think about that? The SPY was at 508 yesterday, and we're at 515. It's moved 8 points since yesterday. Really, I'm talking today. Like pre-market, some of those pre-market lows are down there at 508, 86, 85 area. And then here we are. We tested 515 already. It's crazy. It's crazy to believe.
And they benefit from corporations shrinking their float and buying back stock.
XOM, though, I think, you know, will be the stronger name. The one good sign that I like right now is this volume. I like this volume. I like that it's lighter than that pullback.
Oh my God.
As a Canadian,
As an American,
Don't give me the disclaimer of that either.
honestly,
I think
as a
Oxy
Minnesota
would
kid,
be
I would
the.
tell you this, just
So
keep it
Oxy
simple.
is holding
Interest rates
above
go
the
down,
200. See how
buybacks
it tested
increase.
it?
It's a correlation that's gone back for
Let's see
decades
here.
and decades. This is really.
Let's see if we can.
Just mention Warren Buffett. No one talked about
I
Warren Buffett.
wonder
This is-
if we
this is
could
the playbook.
take a.
one nuance.
Take a,
If they wanted to say we
I
don't
don't
like
know.
sterilized
I don't know.
buybacks.
I'm done thinking.
So if
I'm
they
done
wanted to
thinking.
say,
I need to go get a little bite to eat. I need to go get something to drink, some water, a little bit of coffee. I need to get back in the game.
buyback to offset that.
All right.
Nobody's a fan of
If
that.
Yeah, but it's not their position to do it. You know I agree with you.
you were able to take profits off, you could be taking profits off here. 42, 44, and take it off at your entry price. Take it off. Don't lose money. You don't have to. That's the one thing we have in control is to not lose money. But if you don't have enough capital to where you can't get back in again at a lower price, you know. All right. Look, they just jumped that. They just jumped that asking price. Like they just watching the level 2. It's just.
Partnership with Elastic Cloud on product on GKE and Autopilot.
But Basic is right. It isn't an uptrend. You guys got to understand. For anybody, I don't want nobody to lose money. And if you do, I want you to lose a little bit. You got to understand what the trade is. The trade is I'm just trying to get XOM to even just like the low of the day. Because you guys got to understand the reason why. And I don't really just want to give it out for free. Like, there's a reason why. Because I know what I'm going to get paid. I know what my risk to reward is. Right? Which I kind of explained in the beginning. Again, don't sit through a loss if you don't have to. Just get rid of it. Play the long. But my stop is going to be up here. Above VWAP. Unless something changes where I think that...
With income products from Bright House Financial, you can turn a portion of your portfolio into guaranteed income. For whatever the occasion calls for.
Hi, boo-boo. What doing, BB?
Build for what's ahead.
That was a nice little take there. What is that? That was $6 a contract, $7 a contract. Wait, hold on.
Bond insurance was protecting investors in municipal green bonds before they were even called green bonds. Assured Guarantee, a stronger bond.
That's some nice volume coming back in there off of those lows. But still, in my opinion, not enough. Not enough.
Yeah, and I don't even know if it's really about taking cash out from one place and putting it in the other. I think both of them are manifestations of momentum trade being pushed and pushed and pushed. And it hasn't broken yet, but it's gotten stretched.
There it goes. That's a look. That candle just changed, didn't it? That's a sign right there that you should be out of it. It just gave you back. Just tightened up your stop loss.
We are back. Our senior markets commentator, Mike Santoli, joins us now for his midday word.
I'm going to go make something to eat real quick, guys. I'll be right back.
Remains a little bit of an ATM for people, and Nvidia is where the cash seems to be going.
I'm not done. I still want to look
and I
for
don't even
more.
know if it's really about taking cash
I
out
wanna look
from
for
one place and
more.
putting it in the other. I think both of them are manifestations of the momentum trade being pushed and pushed and pushed. And it hasn't broken yet, but it's gotten stretched. And because if you think about it, the momentum
So don't
factor
kid
is
yourself. itself,
long
the
the
volume
stuff
is to
that's
the
going
upside.
short the laggards,
Okay,
or at
volume
least
is to
underweight
the
the
upside.
laggards. So that continues to be
Just
the way
gotta,
we
I'm
pull.
just
Now,
gonna
Apple looks
stick
like
with
it might be
like
trying to
the
find its
trade
footing. It's
thesis.
rarely been this oversold relative to the market. I think
Again,
broadly
if you
speaking,
took
though, what he
this,
said is pretty much
and
the
you
same
never
story
took
is
profits,
really what's going on
they
here.
gave you
There's just not a lot
8
to complain about in
cents
terms of the
to
actual
10 cents.
tape action. The market's broad enough. It's gotten oversold in recent weeks, and it's stayed there. That's
shit.
usually a bullish thing. I think the one thing that makes you uncomfortable
I'll be
is,
right back.
it's almost the collective
All right,
agreement
I'll be right
that
back.
everything is going
Again,
right. You know, we have a line of sight toward rate cuts with markets at all-time highs, credit spreads.
if I get 50 cents
in decent shape and
on
earnings
this
the
trade,
upswing. So,
if I were to have gotten
I
50
think
cents on
the
this
general,
trade, I've made
level
50%,
of
just to put it
acceptance
lightly.
of that case eventually becomes
Close
a
to
problem,
it,
but
close to
not
it.
today.
I mean,
We'll
sometimes the
say-
herd is right, you know, and look, Chair Powell was unambiguously dovish, I think, over the last couple of days and sort of said, you know,
760.
without having to say it, it's justified why the market has done what it's done. He only underscored it.
He's been dovish only if you were expecting him to say something different than what their entire framework has been for months. But yeah, that's the way the market has taken it. Also, though, we have had somewhat softer economic numbers. The macro has softened up a bit. The economic
I just hope that there's nobody that's in this that doesn't know what they're doing. If you're in it, you need to get out of it. You're at 40 cents, 39-cent bid. All right. Even now, if you sold it all, if you were able to take profits on that $8 on the bid, it gave you $8.
The next leg up.
You're losing 3 to 2 to 1. Right, whatever. I don't know what, you know, as far as commissions and what all you have going on. You're still able to keep yourself profitable. I'm gonna personally stick with VWAP. I think if it gets to VWAP, it may break, but I'm just gonna stick with VWAP and see what happens up there. But you should know, it wouldn't take you very long to lose all of your money. Okay, you just have to understand if this thing goes $1. If it goes $1 or so, even, well, see, it's a little tough to say that because you still have tomorrow, and you know it really wouldn't start doing that until the end of the day, which we're getting there. Just make sure you know what you're doing. All right, I got profits. My account is up right now. All right, what did you? Does anybody see anything? I guess today's going to be boring. I mean, we kind of said that in the beginning. Wayfair, wasn't it Wayfair? Okay, no. Kroger's. I don't have a Kroger's around me, I don't think. I don't even know how to spell it. Kroger, okay. Yeah, it was Kroger. Kroger's up almost 9% right now. AMD's bouncing back. Oh man, I'm so upset. I did not take that Intel long here. We could probably still take it, but just really hard to. Look, that would be a 15-minute buy trigger right there. You have a nice increase in volume off of that level. All right, I think, you know, you do got to get through that prior wick at 46.60, but
No, it's not. We use Broadcom as a barbell to our AMD and NVIDIA. Just from valuation, we love that name.
That's all you got?
Yeah, listen, I think it's a name. Come on.
What happened to you? You said the real Brian Belsky, please stand up. Who are you? You did that.
No.
I got time.
I'm very chill. No,
quick, now.
No, listen, we like the name. Great earnings, great cash flow. We love it.
Okay. I don't know if that was any better, but I'll take it. Costco is today after.
AstonWill.com.
All right, welcome back. We'll do final trades in just a moment. We do want to get set up, though, on some pretty important earnings in overtime tonight. We barely mentioned Broadcom.
I think I should be around 35 to 34 cents at
It's not
VWAP.
just an NVIDIA story as the chips go.
No, it's not. We use Broadcom as a barbell to our AMD and NVIDIA, just from valuation. We love that name.
That's all you got?
Yeah, listen, I think it's a name. Come on.
What happened to you?
You said
the real Brian Belsky, please stand up. Who are you?
You did that.
Chill.
I got time.
I'm very chill. No,
quick now.
No, listen, we like the name. Great earnings, great cash flow. We'd love it.
Okay. I don't know if that was any better, but I'll take it. Costco is today after the bell as well.
Sorry guys, yes. I'm gonna go grab something to eat real quick. I'm gonna go heat something up real quick. I'm just running this. I'm just gonna go through some of these names. Coinbase is not moving. So this could be a nice consolidation hold for Coinbase today.
We'd love it.
Okay. A lot, don't you think?
Thank you. Yeah, I think so.
You have a final trade?
Yes. If you ain't first, you're last. AT&T.
Okay, Jimmy.
Amazon breaking out of a 4-year share price malaise.
I wonder if this could be a nice time for a long.
It also pays good dividends.
What do you guys think? Do you guys think that this would be a pretty nice
Of the week, Robert Downey Jr.
opportunity for consolidation? Maybe a long. It may test 230, 630 again, but it's something you have to be prepared for.
Right? Oppenheimer. I think they win Best Director. I think they win Best Picture too.
All right.
Congrats to the parent company.
All right, the exchange is now.
All right, thanks very much, Scott. Welcome to the exchange, coming to you live from the newly revamped
I'll be right
Studio
back,
A
guys.
at CNBC Global Headquarters. I'm Dominic Chu, and here's what's ahead on the show. Biden and business. The president expected to go after the wealthy and corporations in the State of the Union address later on tonight. We look at the changes.
Like, I love how they're targeting the wealthy. God forbid you make some money. They make you the enemy. It's so funny, man. It's actually not funny.
Cleveland Fed President
Can't
Loretta
stand
Mester
this
joins us exclusively.
idea. God forbid somebody goes out and works and makes some money. Holy shit.
Could possibly be. And then we have the action.
Nope,
the
that doesn't
story, and
benefit
the
the
trade
people
on
that
three
surround
more
them.
names getting ready to report their results. Our trader likes two of them.
Person
into that
did more than the
price.
government's
She's here
ever
with the
done.
names and what makes her a buyer. But we begin with the markets overall, and it's green. The headline today is a record high. Again, a record high for the large cap S&P 500 index. We'll put a star right there right now. At one point today, it got as high as 51.56. It's currently trading at 51.52, so the higher end of that range. It's currently up about 1%. The blue chip Dow Jones Industrial Index is the laggard on the day, just up about maybe 1/3 of 1% or so, 120 points to the upside, 38,781. But the real outperformer is the tech-heavier NASDAQ Composite Index.
Goldman
Not a
Sachs
record yet,
is
but pretty
getting
darn close. It's
pulled
up
back. I need to go
roughly
eat.
1.5%, 231
Just can't
points
leave
to
these
the
charts
upside.
alone.
16,262 the last trade there. Meanwhile, check out some of the earnings movers of the day. A check on various parts of the consumer economy. Supermarket giant Kroger, you can see here, up big, about 9% after a better than expected earnings report on a slight miss in revenues, but it did give better than expected full year guidance. American Eagle up about 3%.
Goldman Sachs is sitting right down there at that support level.
But we are seeing a very big drawdown in shares of lingerie and specialty apparel retailer Victoria's Secret.
That's
Down by, you can
crazy.
see there, nearly 30%. Better quarterly results, but current quarter and full year guidance well below estimates. Now, let's get a check on the quick check on the
All right,
embattled regional
look,
lender, New York Community Bank Corp, which is up 8%
see
right
if
now.
it tries to hold.
$3.73 after it received more than $1
Or if you
billion
start noticing the
in
very
terms of a
next
cash
day
infusion from Liberty
for
Strategic
Goldman
Capital,
Sachs,
run
if
by
this
former
area
Treasury
down here
Secretary
starts
Stephen
to hold.
Mnuchin. We'll have more on that later on in the show. But we begin at the crossroads, the intersection of Wall Street and Washington, D.C. A number of business roundtable CEOs telling CNBC earlier today what they want out of the White House: an overreach of regulation, not enough certainty around regulation, some of the big concerns that are permeating through the CEO community, as is putting party before country. This, as President Biden is expected to call for tax curbs on corporations and the wealthy in tonight's State of the Union address. Our Washington correspondent Megan Casella has the setup on SOTU, and Kyle Bass is here with what Wall Street will be watching and listening for. He's founder and chief investment officer at Heyman Capital Management. Megan, we will begin with you and the setup.
Oh, I was sitting here talking to you guys and it wasn't even on. So they're saying Biden's going to close off the corporate jets.
He'll be laying out a series of proposals to
Like
raise taxes
what?
on both corporations and the wealthy. So he'll call for the first time to raise the corporate minimum
Yeah,
tax
go ahead and
to
hurt the
21%.
airliners. Go hurt Dassault,
He signed into law
Dassault
just
Falcon,
2
and
years
go
ago.
Go
And they'll
hurt
be
those
proposing to
airline
cut tax
companies.
deductions for all employee salaries above $1 million. That'll be an expansion of the current law, which already bans deductions of CEO and other executive salaries over that $1 million threshold. A couple other highlights here might sound slightly more familiar. He wants to quadruple the stock buyback tax from 1% to 4%. He'd like to close a tax loophole for corporate jets, and he'll propose to raise taxes once again on billionaires. Now, all of this will come as part of a speech that's going to be focused in no small part on the economy. He'll be talking about leveling the playing field.
I fucking hate
He'll
Biden.
be previewing a budget that the White
I
House
really
says will
do.
reduce the
He's such a
deficit by $3
dickbag.
trillion over the next 10 years.
Because he won't save,
And Dom, while it's
go
important to note that
stop
these
the
are
war
still just
itself or go
proposals,
figure
they
it
do
out.
at least offer
He's
us
going
a
to just
preview
raise
of the
taxes
way
on
President
everybody.
Biden will be looking
Like
to
a
really
piece of
draw a
shit,
stark contrast this year
miserable
between his agenda
piece of
and
shit
that
that
of former
he
President
is.
Trump.
And that's why his son is a
Megan, if we
crackhead.
talk about the way that things are going to react with
Because
regard
they've
to
done
what
some
he
piece
may
of
or may
shit
not
stuff.
say,
I'm
it's
telling
largely
y'all right
expected
now.
what you said is going to happen here.
He's a piece
What
of shit.
exactly will the Republican
So you're getting
Party
penalized
be
for
looking
doing
to
good
key
in
a
life,
little bit
doing more
on
than
when it
that
comes
man
time
has
for
ever
the
done.
rebuttal that's going to happen after the State of the Union?
Yeah, the rebuttal is their chance to reset the message, right? And
God,
they're
I
going to be
wish you
looking to make their
motherfuckers
own
would vote me
contrast.
for
They're going to be
president.
saying things like this stock buyback.
I'd at least let you all
these things are
live.
gonna, really hit the stock market. They're going to trickle down.
Nope,
into
sorry,
the
we can't
economy.
afford a war because I'm not
Pushback
going to put
often
that
on,
burden
for
onto
example,
my
the president's
people
junk fee agenda. We know he'll be talking about that.
to pay
That
for
saves
it.
Americans money. Republicans like to say that really that hurts corporations and that trickles down. That actually ends up costing all of us more in the long run. So you're going to see really that contrast start to emerge.
All right, Megan Casella with the setup for State of the Union. Thank you very much. Let's turn our attention now to our
All right,
first
this time
guest,
I'm
who is
serious. I'm going to
well
get
connected in
food.
the business and
Look
political
how I
community
feel like the
about
sentiment
what
has
he would
changed
like
on
to hear
XOM.
from President
Shit.
Biden later on
I
tonight.
can't zoom in on the
Joining me now
volume.
is Kyle Bass, the founder and chief investment officer at Heyman
No.
Capital Management. Kyle, thank you very much for being here with us on the exchange this afternoon. Megan set
Look
it up.
how
I
the
mean, we
volume
kinda know
is
what we're
kind
gonna
of
get
low
from
right
President
here.
Biden. We
And
kinda
you're
know what we're gonna
bouncing
get from the
like,
GOP.
pretty
What
sure
exactly will
VWAP is
you
up
be
here.
listening for, and what will you be
And the
keying
volume
on
just
for
is
tonight's
still
address?
very low. It's consistent.
It's a pleasure to
Look
be
at the
here.
selling
I
that's
think the
going on
entire
there.
United States,
Let's see if this is a
including Wall Street,
failed breakout. See if it
really wants to hear
it
something
rallies.
about how Biden can possibly start enforcing the laws at the
And
border.
then
I
it
know,
pulls
I know
back,
That's not a financial response,
but then it
everything
breaks.
that you hear in that previous segment
And
is
then we
all
get an
some
end of
sort
the day
of
pullback.
populism, and it's a
That's
bit
what
of
I want to look
grandstanding. How
for.
do you raise tax on billionaires alone without implementing a net
You
worth
don't.
tax, which of course is unconstitutional? You got to remember last year alone, the federal government had 4.4 trillion of tax receipts, and we spent 6.1 trillion dollars. We spent 40% more than we brought in tax revenue last year, and we were at full employment, Dominic. So kind of the inmates are running the asylum. And by the way, the Fed and the Treasury are helping. So this isn't just the Democrats. This is Democrats, Republicans alike. So I think what Republicans and what the country writ large wants to hear about is how we're going to combat inflation, because we've had runaway inflation the last 3 years, and what we're going to do about the border. Everything else is just some sort of populist stance that's being taken for a speech.
Now, Kyle,
All right, she's
the
squeezing me
narrative has
now.
shifted a little bit more. As you point out, a lot of polling data seems to suggest that Americans are keying a lot more in on things like border security. It used
All right,
to be
Tesla
kind of the
might
economy
start
front
to try
center,
and
but now they're
bounce
kind of
here.
running 1-2 border and the economy / inflation.
All right, VWAP, cool.
Is there
That's where I
anything
wanted
that
to get
you
to.
see developing
To see if it would reject
message-wise
again.
from both these sides because of the change heading into the election in November? What are these candidates going to say, and are these candidates tackling it the right way?
Fiscal authorities, financial authorities. I'll get a little bit more technical here on the financial side. The institutions that are at the top of our country, again, Fed and Treasury on the financial side.
All right, this time I'm serious. I'll be right back in like 5 minutes.
Create an economy that feels good, but it's actually not operating
You said
properly.
pick.
And what I mean by that is the overnight reverse repo facility.
Sure, it's already
Fed,
over.
We're still at about $800
Yes,
billion.
it is. So I might have
and
to
they
look at
intend
small
run it to
caps
zero, of course,
when I get back.
right into the election.
Yeah, let me go use the restroom and get a. Let me heat up this food and I'll be right back.
Slowing down, and I think the reason that's happening is you're seeing these fiscal authorities, financial authorities, push liquidity into the markets. But again, when I think about what we're looking for going forward. When you think about border security, the economy has to be, when you think about the economy has to be split into two categories. One, the economy. When you look at the numbers, when you look at real GDP as it's reported, and you look at economic growth as it's reported, and you look at employment as it's reported, it all actually looks fine. But when you go to people's wallets and you realize that inflation disproportionately affects the poor and the lower middle class, you've got a problem, because we've seen roughly 45, 47% true inflation over the last 3 years, and the Fed has only admitted to about 17 or 18% of that. You can't spend a chain weighted dollar. People spend real dollars. And what you're seeing in the ethnic minorities, and you're seeing it in the lower socioeconomic groups, they're all ranking inflation or the economy as kind of their number one issue, and they're ranking border security as two. And I think that's why you're seeing Biden poll so poorly right now.
It might be because a lot of those people have dealt with at one point in their life inflation themselves and their point of origin, or their families have, and that's the hypersensitivity. I'd like to turn your attention more towards the kind of cross-section between politics and the economy and the markets. We're at a market that I just pointed out is at record highs for the S&P 500. The NASDAQ is not far away from there as well. It seems to indicate, because the wisdom is, Kyle, that the markets are forward-looking. They're pricing in something down the line, right, today, that's promoting some kind of optimism. Is that optimism warranted in your mind? And are these candidates, President Trump, President Biden, the two of them together, the best people, one or the other, because it's going to happen that way, to lead this economy into the next leg that it has?
I mean, look, if you're talking about the economy, plain and simple, then the answer is, Trump's better than Biden. If you're talking about these two people being the best the U.S. has to offer, I think we both know the answer to that one, Dominic. And they're both. We are better than this as a country, but unfortunately, these are the people we're left with. When you think about, I think that we're talking about leading our country into what's happening going forward, and I think between Trump and Biden, I think it has to be Trump, because I think obviously we all know what Biden's weaknesses are on his ability to be coherent and actually answer questions in interviews and deal with the country in the way that he has in the last few years. That would be a disaster for our country, right? We've seen people unchecked. We're kind of letting the enemy get behind the gates, and at some point in time, something bad's going to happen. On the economy and the markets, I think the market's doing what it should do, given the enormous level of liquidity that's being pumped into it. I actually think you might see a reverse effect. If you remember when Trump won in 2016, the markets really sold off in the futures right after the event. But then by the morning time, they had recovered everything and actually had a giant rally once people figured out he would be positive for the economy. I actually think the reverse could happen. I think so much liquidity has been pumped into this market, and it will have going into November, that regardless of who wins, once that liquidity dries up, I think markets will actually take a pause and probably have a down move post-election, regardless of who wins.
You know what, Kyle, one of the things that Fed Chair Jay Powell told Congress over the last couple of days, and specifically today, is that the U.S. is faring better than just about every other advanced economy in the world out there. And one of those is China, which is the second biggest economy in the world. There is no doubt, if you look at any of the data, they can sugarcoat it all they want, but China is nowhere near as good as the U.S. is right now. You've been hypercritical of China in the past. I wonder if you can tell us whether or not you think that Chinese story has played out enough to the downside versus what we're seeing here in the U.S.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think investing in communism long-term has never worked. And let's just go back and look at MSCI China's index. In the last 30 years, if you invested in the MSCI China index, you're at break even. You haven't made a penny. Think about that. In the last 15 years, China's economy has grown, reportedly, 500% GDP. And if you invested in the Shanghai Shenzhen 300 index 15 years ago, you've lost a third of your money. Imagine investing in an economy that's grown 500% and losing a third of your money. I mean, it doesn't matter if it's, quote, played out, or we might have a dead cat bounce, or Xi Jinping might say something about stimulating the economy, and it might have a week or two or a month or two of gains. In the long run, Westerners are going to get fleeced investing in China. And you say I've been critical. I've just been honest about what you're going to get. And in the end, you see what you're going to get. In the last 15 years, 30 years, you're actually not making a penny, and you're taking enormous additional risks by investing in a communist party that is a party-driven market.
All right, Kyle, we know that China is not on the top of your investing ideas list. Can you take us through what exactly is the top investing idea that you have permeating around your world right now?
You know, I think anything that is a productive asset, specifically in the U.S., again, I go back to quoting the facts. You know, the U.S. has grown its GDP about 72% in the last 15 years, and our market's up 340%, including dividends. And we have a rule of law, and we have the deepest, most liquid capital markets in the world. So when you think about what you want to invest in, again, I think things will slow down post-election for a while, and I think that any kind of asset that's a productive asset in the U.S., I think whether you're looking at apartments or whether you're looking at income-producing companies that focus their business in the U.S., or from our perspective, I think you want to get in front of demographic trends, and I think you want to buy real estate in states where you see a migration from high-cost, high-tax, mismanaged states to the states that are pro-business, lower cost and no tax, like Florida, Tennessee, and Texas. You want to get in front of those macro population demographic moves.
What's in the materials, what's in the packaging, what does it make you feel? What's that environment feel like? And so we spent a lot of time working through those materials and the overall packaging to create an experience that is as inviting as one could imagine. And we have a lot of feedback from R1. And one of the points of feedback
Pick is going.
was a desire for a glove box. And we had lots of reasons to not have one. But on R2, we over-delivered, and we put 2 glove boxes in. The other thing, I mean, there's lots to see here, but one of the things that's so exciting is the way we've looked at the controls. And we have these really nice, large wheels and the scroll wheels and the steering wheel. There's dynamic haptic feedback, so it allows us to adjust what it's feeling like when you're scrolling, and it's magical. It takes our existing scroll wheel and really up-levels it to a degree that's hard to fully appreciate unless you're sitting in the car. Now, jumping back out, a lot of work went into the doors. Move the speaker out of the door, gives us space for a large water bottle here. And of course, it wouldn't be a Rivian if we didn't have a flashlight in the door. So, really love that. Super handy. So now, how does this set up in terms of how it functions? And we built an entirely new platform to underpin this vehicle. A lot of work went into driving manufacturing cost efficiency. And it's built around a 4695 cell. So it's a cylindrical cell, 46 millimeters in diameter, 95 millimeters tall. It's a much larger cell than the 21 millimeter diameter cell that we have in R1 today. And that cell's integrated into a highly structural battery pack. So the battery pack in the floor actually makes up a big part of the vehicle structure. The top of the battery pack is actually the floor of the vehicle. So a lot of these innovations that we're driving into how we build the vehicle are core to us making sure the price point can be really affordable. We'll get to that later. But from a drivetrain point of view, we have a single motor, rear-wheel drive variant. We have a dual motor, one motor in the front, one motor in the back, all-wheel drive variant. And then we have a tri-motor, 2 motors in the back, 1 in the front.
Again, give me 1 second, guys. I just have something I'm heating up. Just give me 2 minutes.
Yeah, so it's very quick. And then all those motor combinations can achieve over 300 miles in range. So much of what a Rivian is capturing the dynamics of the vehicle. And we needed to make sure that all the decisions we made in the aggregate, the suspension, the drivetrain, the battery positioning, the packaging of the vehicle, delivered something that drove like nothing else. Something that was exciting on-road, something that was incredibly capable off-road, but had the everyday refinement and usability to work if you're parking it in San Francisco or driving it in New York. And so that focus on dynamics is so embedded in our culture as an organization and embedded, of course, into our products. Now, we talked about the vertically integrated electronics we built that enable this amazing software platform that we've seen in R1. We take that even further in R2. We talked about how the packaging and the design of the structure allows us to achieve really amazing manufacturability.
So HPQ news again.
And the compute in our vehicle. And this has 11 cameras,
with AI something
radars,
that's not really doing
anything.
anything. All right, I gotta go get this. I gotta go
which we couple
get this
with
food. I'll be right back.
Much higher compute
I want to thank
platform,
each and every one of you guys for hitting the like button, subbing. We're on our way to 1,000 subscribers, but forget the going away. If you subscribe and if you have liked the streams, I am doing a giveaway. I'm going to put all of you guys, 1,000 people, in the wheel, and we're all going to do a giveaway. 3 people.
To our self-driving team, we're
might do
really
5.
excited about
Might
what this
do
vehicle
5.
represents for us.
It's going to be really cool. So.
Now,
if you're subscribed, you're automatically entered. Whether you like it or not, you might get your ass something.
You laid out the manufacturing system here.
No, I'm just kidding. So,
and I talked before about battery pack.
Thank you guys. Thank you guys for the likes.
Every single decision in a vehicle, I say this a lot. You look at a vehicle in the aggregate.
I just want to deliver, right?
It looks like maybe
I just want to be able to make you guys make money. I want to make you guys money. I want to save y'all money.
And those thousands of engineers making those collectively millions of decisions, we're incredibly focused on ensuring every one of those is not only optimizing for what the ownership experience will be, but optimizing our ability to make this very affordable and very accessible. And so the R2 starting price will be $45,000.
Oh, wow. The market's not liking that. You need capital. You're a new company. We don't like that. You're going to 1080. It's probably what the market's thinking. No, you need money right now, bro. That's what you need.
Yes. I love that. I'm so excited about this vehicle. I'm so excited about what it represents for us as a company in terms of achieving scale, what it represents for us in terms of our collective learning being embodied into one vehicle as the follow product to what we did with our flagship product with R1. But it's important to note, R2 represents not just a vehicle, but it also represents a platform. And that platform, as I said,
and pay attention to Intel, guys. Intel's pulling back, so watch NVIDIA, watch AMD, and see if those highs start to stop. Remember, NVIDIA and Intel were your strength, were your leaders this morning.
Which we call R3.
I wonder who they put. I feel like they got a bunch of like boomers or something. Like not boomers, but like who do they have in this one? I hope you guys know that the majority of them have probably already seen this concept car. So they're trying to make it theatric and everything. Maybe they have some, just citizens out there that haven't seen it, but there's already mock-ups and drawings.
So you didn't expect that one more thing here. So R3 is, we're so excited about what this sort of delivers. Beyond
a hatchback would be cool,
but
still,
and the platform.
I'd much rather have a hatchback that has a motor in it.
Look
at Rivian ripping. Rivian's ripping off of that new one. Look at that volume.
But it so beautifully captures.
Keep an eye on Rivian, guys.
Represent as a company,
Rivian just
it's
ripped off of them
dynamically
bringing that in.
incredible, the shorter wheelbase,
They, I
the
guess,
tighter
did not
dimensions,
mention anything of the sorts of a
really
new.
enabled to be something
Now
that's,
they have
you know,
two
maneuverable,
U.S.
drivable.
SUVs that
But
they didn't
as
say
tight
anything
as
about.
it is on dimensions on the outside, we've put so much effort into making
So they
sure
have
that the
two
inside
bottle
feels big.
body
And,
castings
much
that
like we saw on our two,
market may not have
there's
known
a
about.
lot of work that went into.
Dude, the market's
everything
liking
you
that,
see in the rear
guys.
of the vehicle,
The market's
occupant areas
liking
in the
that
front
on
of the vehicle.
Rivian.
But this is all enabled by the platform.
Here we
And
go.
It's about 5 inches shorter.
Let me take this
135
over
millimeters
here.
shorter than what you see in R2. In terms
Okay,
of
so the
wheelbase.
20-day moving
But leveraging
average
all that
is
same
sitting
content.
up
So the
there.
single
We'll
motor,
eat when
the
we die.
dual motor, and a tri-motor, the beautiful
1334,
battery pack
20-day
built around
moving
a
average.
larger format
You're
cell,
making that pivot
our
high
network
support
architecture.
already on the daily.
Really excited about that. Oh, hello.
Come on.
So up front, we have a front storage trunk, much like what we had in R2.
Resistance at $12
And that
on
storage area in the
Rivian.
vehicle, you can use to
Fuck, I don't want to
throw all
get
your gear, your bags.
bitten by Theta,
And
but
something like this, wonderful for that everyday urban usability, adventure usability. But I want to spend some time in the back. And we spent so much time as a team thinking about working on how do we create a unique closure experience in the back. And what you just saw happen is the rear liftgate came up, just like we saw in R2. The
I
first
need a
and the second
pullback,
row seats
guys.
fold
I need a
flat.
pullback.
So it creates
To like
an opportunity for
1150.
in-car camping, or it creates an opportunity to carry your long gear.
I don't know if we're going to get it.
But when we close this,
We should get it. We
there's
should
a
get a
second
pullback to
way to get to the
1150.
back, which we call
Look,
our
I knew
flipper
it. It's
glass.
going to rip. I knew it. I knew we weren't going to get it.
What I love about this
So
is it makes it easy to get things in
you
and
got to
out.
see what
But this actuation
the market's telling you what
can
it
actually go to
thinks
multiple heights.
about
So
this
if you're
new
carrying
vehicle.
something that's longer, that could be a surfboard, it could be stuffed animals.
What are
it could
y'all's
be
thoughts?
A trombone. You can adjust the height here,
I don't
and
think it'll like the
it's a user
trombone part.
setting to make it really easy to carry those bigger objects or bigger things around. And as I said, everything as we thought about this vehicle was around
I need
making
to make sure you
a
guys
smaller
can
car,
see it.
car
You
feel
can.
really
Okay,
big.
good.
Now, looking at the interior, a lot of what we saw.
So
on
that
the,
12 is probably going to be your resistance. You got to
the
break
R2
through
carries over here.
$12.
So the use of
If we
materials,
are able to
the way we
break through
think about the sustainability of those
$12, I
materials,
want to look to get long
how durable they
Rivian.
are,
I think that's going to be my plan.
And really embodying that Rivian feel is driven into this. And I wish you could all see
That's
the
my
car right
plan,
now.
guys, is
But
if
it,
we can break
same
through
thing
the
we
earnings
had with our two,
open the day after
controllers and
earnings,
steering wheel.
$12. We break
Lots
through
of
12.
flexibility in terms of
We
storage.
break through 12.
Two glove
I think we got a nice trade there, guys.
And of course,
I really
we still
do.
have a flashlight here.
Hold on. Yeah, $12. I'll look for like a
We talked about
$13
platform
move.
flexibility. Hopefully, you're seeing that here between R2 and R3. The ability for these two vehicles with really common family genes. You can feel their siblings. They look
All right,
like
it
the
broke.
Rivians. They feel like
It's
the Rivians.
breaking.
Unfortunately, you can't all drive
Come
them.
on.
They say they drive like the Rivians, but I can guarantee they do. But there's one more thing. One more thing. And looking at R3, we wanted to take everything that's
God,
embodied
the IV is stupid
and
on
put it
this
into an
thing.
even higher performance package. And this is something we call R3X.
All right, I'm in the 1250s. Not yet. Come on. Let me pull this up. Okay. Let's do it. All right, 1250s. Dude, they have a bunch of new stuff. Put your stops below 12. Stops are below 12, okay?
Thank you, Max. What? I mean, this is just so cool. This is the vehicle. When we walk around in the studio, everybody sees it and they're like, "Oh, I want that so bad." and I think that happens for anybody that sees it. But this captures, as you can see, R3, but pulls a level of like deep performance capability into it. And there's lots of subtle differences. It's a wider wheel and tire, a little wider stance, more ground clearance, tri-motor setup, and a focus on really taking the capabilities of what Rivian represents and really flexing that and really showing that. And a small car, smaller crossover, delivering a level of on and off-road performance that will get us all very excited. And what you can't see, and I want to show, is the interior on the vehicle is just beautifully laid out. We
I knew
had a chance to really stretch ourselves.
That's funny.
This is an interior combination we internally call rugged playful, because it looks rugged and it looks playful. But the use of materials and the use of how we laid out those materials with cork and with interesting weaves and interesting ways to anodize metal, it feels so uniquely Rivian, but also so unique to this vehicle and to the performance variant. Now, as we think about this portfolio of vehicles, R2, R3, R3X, I can see from the room everyone is excited. We are so excited. These represent our future. These represent what we've been building to, the brand that we established with the R1 products and positioning Rivian to take that further and make that more accessible to more people. And we've been working hard to find ways to pull the timing on these programs forward, to get them to as many people as possible, as quickly as possible. And with that, I'm excited to say that we're going to be pulling the timing in to allow R2 to start deliveries in the first half of 2026.
There we go.
And,
This could be
and
our
we're able
exit.
to do that.
Give me
We're
the
able to
28.
achieve that accelerated
There's a
timing
38 there. Come
by
on.
leveraging
More
our
better
production
news.
capabilities
Come
in
on.
Using our Illinois site to launch R2 and get that into market as quickly as we can. Now, our Georgia site remains really important to us. It's core to the scaling across all these vehicles between R2, R3, R3X, and we're so appreciative of all the partnership we've had there. But being able to leverage the team, the skill, the passion we have in our Illinois facility to get that into the market, to get that to customers, some of those orders I heard over there, as quickly as possible, we are just ecstatic about. Now, hopefully you see, when we look at our products, when we look at R2, when we look at R3, we look at R3X, every decision, as I said, ties to making sure these vehicles enable and inspire the kinds of things we want to take photographs of, the kinds of things we want to remember 20 years from now, 30 years from now. And so we've also developed a set of accessories that sit on these products. Yes.
Yes, we need the crowd. Every time the crowd starts, it goes green. I would get rid of it though, guys. I'm trying to hang on to it. I don't like the daily chart. It needs to break out. We need to break out. There we go. Come on, baby. I have a limit order out there.
And we have a
but
really
I need to get this thing to break out. I put
kitchen
an order
and
out
storage
at
plugging
28
into our storage
cents.
ports in the back of the vehicle.
Just to start,
But ultimately,
just to start
we
it.
as a company, we as Rivian, we exist to not only help transition a world away from combustion fuels and into electrification, we exist to help generate amazing memories in the process of doing so.
Not enough. What are they going to show? Come on, give me a limit. Let me get a fucking fill. Let me give somebody else the bag real quick. Yeah, that volume's not looking good. We need something new. I knew it. I knew that was the time to get... Bro. That's a double top up there.
Thank you, everyone, so much for joining us today to hear about our future. We couldn't be more excited.
I think they were waiting on one more thing. Like, that's it. That's not going to hold. So, sorry, gang. You win some, you lose some. Yeah. I still have a small piece of Exxon on. I'm not really worried about. I'm more worried about trying to get out of this because now it's going to reverse. I was really hoping that things were going to go and they could have done something really cool and just got a like nice little bounce out of it, but that's it. That's it. It doesn't seem like I'm going to have enough. So I have a limit order. I bumped it down to 22 cents. I got a limit order down to 22 cents. Wait. It wasn't even out. Oh, shit. It wasn't out. Man, come on, bro. This 90 MA is not moving. We need that 90 MA to start going up higher. It's not doing it. So I need to get out of this thing, bro. I need to get out of this thing. It's going to get... I don't want to use a cuss word, but I'm going to get fucked. What'd I tell you? I fucking knew it. I'm going to get fucked. I knew it. I knew it was coming. Isn't it funny how I see that? Now, why can't I just trade like that? Why can't I just trade like that? Whoa, 36. Dude, did y'all just see that? Did you guys just see what happened there? Did y'all just see what happened?
They're waiting for you. Do you have a second? They're all expecting more. More efficiency, more benefits, more growth. When you realize you can give your people everything and more.
Thank you very much.
Let's go. Rip it up. There's 35 orders sitting there.
Empower and grow. With everything you need.
Let's go.
More. One more thing. Who's your Rob? Learn more at Prudential.com.
Let's go. Let's go. Come on. Let's go. Fill me. Fill me. Please. Fill me. Did it fill me? It filled me. Woohoo! God damn! Let's go. I got the 28. I got the 28. What was that? Dude, what just happened? What just happened? Yo, that was too much, y'all. That was too much. That was way too much. Fuck, I seen those 30s and 6s. Did you guys see that? I'm like, yo. I was like, did you guys see what just happened there? It ripped. And then the asking price went all the way to 36. And there was a shitload of 36s, 40s. Look at them. Look at them all down here. 50, 44, 36. And I'm like, did it fill me? Because I was taking my order. When I saw that, I was taking it from 22 to 28. Like, I wanted to at least get filled. And I was seeing the 36s, 38. And I'm like, nah, I'm getting filled. I'm not getting stuck with this. And I'm like, man, worst case, I could hold it tomorrow. You know, you had to hang tight. That was a tough trade. I had to work for that one. So, not much on that trade. But damn, man, that sucks, bro. That's almost 100% now. Whatever. That could have been bad. It also could have been bad, too. So now we're above it. This is a trade that's on. You're above it. It's going to go. Dude, you're going to get 100% out of this. Why? Why were you screaming by the dip? Look at this level. That's your earnings. That's the level from earnings. You couldn't break above it. Look at the 1 minute. Look at this. You put in a double top up there. You put in a double top, and then it turned it into resistance. And then it just, whoom, sold off. But we were holding. We were holding. And the thing is like we needed this to get that 9 EMA up. Holy shit. They're up 103% now. Well, over 100 now. Now it's pulling back. All right, this could get fun. This could get fun. I think we got something on our hands here. Fuck, I'm so glad to get out of that. What a day. What a day. Fuck, 65, 246, 200%. Holy fuck. You know, bids are at 45, but throw a 54 there. You could have got in this thing at 22 cents, 20 cents. You probably could have got cheaper. I was late getting in it. I'm going for the 20-day moving average. But there's also an area here that I was watching right here at like 13 flat. 13 flat was the target that I was looking for. Just like 13 bucks. God, I'm so glad I was so able to get out of that trade. I almost got fucking pissed. I almost got pissed. I almost got so mad. So, Exxon is paid for. Exxon is actually... So that's that piece of... Well, that piece is now trying to... So I have profits off on this trade. The idea of this trade is to try to get it to push back. You see how much tail here? To test the 200-day at 105.85, 106. That's the goal. All right, the goal is just for a small pullback. Nothing crazy. All right, maybe you come in with a gap down. Right, I just want to get something like that. Right, you know, the candle's not going to be that small, but you know what I mean. So I've already taken half of that position off. That was the trade right there. It was over about 10-11%. 10-11%. Now we've got Meridian. God, that was tough, bro. It was a strong move up. So the thing is like, once we broke it, I was like, okay, bet, we broke it. And then the people started, like, he would say something, and I noticed when they started, like, clapping and stuff, is when it gave it that nice up move. And then I got worried, because what happens is, like, this 9 EMA was stuck. It was stuck because we did not get that extension like you got, like you're seeing now. Okay? And that was bad news for me. I'm like, oh, fuck. Like, we're not going to hold this level. Like, in order for me, like, I wanted that 9 EMA to come up here to this area. Like, get closer up there. It was way down here. And then I look at the 1 minute. I'm like, shit, we got a double top. And we made 12 resistance. That's it. Like, that's it. I'm fudged. And as soon as I said, man, I need to get out of this or this thing's going to sink. And that's when it just flushed out of it. I knew it was coming. I did not expect this. I don't know what happened. Something had to have happened. I swear. Like, there's no reason why this thing should not have flushed and went green again. Look at the volume on that flush. I don't know what happened down here. Maybe people just wanted to own it. That could be it. Maybe people just want to own it. They think it's at a good price. And I think people came in to buy it. I think I'm talking like long-term buyers who like this company. Maybe some people from CNBC bought it. I don't know. God, that was crazy. I had some confidence once we broke 12 that I'm like, yo, 12 is such a big level that like it's a no-brainer now. We got to go long. So we could look for the pullback. Let the volatility hold up a little bit. I don't want to go through that again. All right, I don't want to feel that way. I don't want to feel like I'm stuck in a trade and now I'm like at mercy. Give yourself time. And let's do it. We're coming up to 2 o'clock here. I'm trying to get this freaking daily chart so you guys can see it. It's already almost 2 o'clock. I haven't ate yet today. I had a Pop-Tart, but...
We've taken further steps. Our Embark program, for example, was the first of its kind. We took 2 gene therapies and cell therapies that literally cost $1 million. And we provided peace of mind. 0 financial responsibility for an individual and $1 per member per month for the.
All right, I think you guys can see that. That's really all we got to worry about.
Today, we announced the fact that
is this here.
we will have a biosimilar for Humira with a $0 out-of-pocket obligation. We continue to drive innovation that is patient-centric and physician partnering on a go-forward basis. And we serve today proudly the largest, most sophisticated employers, health plans.
So I'm looking for $13. I'm looking for $13 to be a buyer. 3-minute chart looks really good. Buy the stock outright. Don't. I mean, I don't know. I'm not telling you guys what to do. This was a shady move higher. So just as well as it could break through back through that level, I'm like, you guys need to understand it could break back down into it. So be careful. Be careful. You got a nice trade. You were just given a beautiful trade if you guys took that with us. Well in exceeds of 100% to 60% when we should have been red on it. I want to know what happened. Give me a second. Let me see what happened. If somebody's using the charts that I have up, let me know and I'll put this. I'll move this screen. I just wanted to look and see what these goofballs are doing. You guys got to take profits. I mean, 20 to 30 is 50%. You're at 31, 34. So whoever sold the AMD 190 put to, thanks for buying my dinner tonight. Yeah, right. You're going to be mad when those 190 puts. Wait, 190. Wait, 190. Yeah, keep your eye on $12 on Rivian. If you pull back and hold $12 on Rivian, I think that's your key to take that $12 to $13 move. That was, I'm glad we knew about that. I'm glad we were able to watch that and play this. What's Tesla doing with it? Nothing. Yeah. Yeah. And that's what I was thinking, was that it was a really strong move up there. And I'm like, man, if I, like me, I was like, I just wanted to see us, like, I thought we could break that level. And I'm like, yo, we break it, then I'm going to say, like, I want to be a buyer. Because I think we'll be able to hold it. Like, we're not going to get through it if, like, if they don't think we, yeah, I don't know. I agree with you. I agree. That was stronger than, let's see. Like, the volume was just as much as it was for earnings. The day after earnings. All right, you're getting your pullback right now. You know, it's completely up to you guys. I think your resistance is at 1150. So $12.
Of course, the hot sun can be tough on vehicles too. You need WeatherTech. Laser measured floor liners and cargo liner will shield the carpeting from sand and snow. For your interior, there's seat protector and sunshade, plus mud flaps and bump step for the exterior, while the new impact.
All right, I'm going to go heat my food up now that I know I can eat, because that was insane. That was insane. Anyone thinking about trying to buy this again if you get your shot down at that 12? You're not getting much volume there. And look, you had an increase in volume on the break through that high. Chances are this becomes support at $12. Let's see. See if you can get another run out of it. Like, look at that. Look at that. You had an increase. You know, a lot of that was selling, but same there. The only reason I'm not doing it is because I just went through a miserable time on the break back through that, trying to get out of that thing. So I just got in my opinion, you do not want to see a double top make that level resistance and you break down and you get flushed and then whoop, it flips back to and flips and reverses. Okay, so I'm good. I had a bad time. I showed up on the block thinking I was going to get my shit, and I got robbed. I got left for dead. All right. I didn't die though. I didn't die. I'm gonna think twice before I go back. All right. I'm gonna think twice before I go asking strangers for some shits that I need, or that I want, or that I think I want. I'm just joking, but I think that's a really, really good... Listen, and none of that shit ever happened to me in the past, but I'm gonna tell you right now, a lot of people I know, it happened to them. Now, why it happened to them, I don't know. Thinking they the shit. But anyway, yeah, that was an experience. I almost got mad. I was getting ready to get pissed. We were going to start the cussing again. So I think I'm staying away, and I think you might have a lot of other people that are a little bit leery too, that this move that just came out of nowhere, I would wait for confirmation. The confirmation that you might get another upside is if you just relax at like $11.50. Yes, it did. But I don't know yet. I mean, you're below the 3-minute 90 MA. You're still holding $12. Just technical analysis tells you $12 should hold. It should. But what had led up to us getting back above it, after we got above it, fell back below it, and then just screamed right back above it, was kind of like... I think you might have people a little too nervous to take that long, because whoever got long through this, and then once they broke the 12 and held, and they almost got this flush, and they know the frustration, okay, and then it just boom, they got their chance to not only to get out, but they got out with a damn good profit on the rip back up through there, like me, probably are going to stick to the sidelines. Because that was a shady move. You're talking a double top. When you break back down, you bounce into the level and make it resistance, and then it flushes off of it. But then for some odd reason, a lot of money managers like this stock for whatever reason. It just flipped. So there's a little bit of something going on here. This is just so far this is a low volume pullback. So far. Now you broke. Okay, now it's safe to say it's going to be tough to bring in buyers. This volume should really start to grow now. 12 is a key level. Let's see if it makes 12 resistance. I'm sure it will. I just think the reason that this isn't holding up right now, if you guys are understanding what I'm saying, is there was some real shadiness that happened there. I should have lost money. And I think people are worried that they can't trust this move. If they get long again, they understand what they went through at $12. They just went through hell at $12. So I think that's going to play a factor in trying to bring new buyers with size in on this name. But I got to respect technical analysis. Technical analysis says once a previous area of resistance is broken on an increase in volume, that's a 70% chance that becomes support on the pullback, on a low volume pullback. So it's not going to surprise me if it does try again for another rally and it just goes. People might be excited about this. We're about to find out. Now the volume stopped. Right there, I'd be out. If I just took a long right there, I would be out of this thing. If I was like, okay, let me try the 12. Let me try to stick to technical analysis. This candle right now is telling me that, like, I need to be getting away from it, but I need some volume. I need some serious volume to start coming in. You kind of have it on the 1 minute. Like, that's how I would approach this, but I would be scared. I'd be like, okay, we pulled back. Like, these bars should be up here, at least 1.5 million. You know, nothing. There's no like set way, but these would be the things that I'd be looking for. Like, I'd be a little cautious. This would help. That right there would help. There's no volume right there. Nothing. And would I, like a professional or someone would say, yeah, I want to see this thing test the low of this candle and keep the volume very low. It's starting to increase. I would be worried. I'd be worried. 3 minute chart, still low volume. Okay, anyway, we can move along. If you guys want to watch it, see if it holds. I think it's important to see if it holds. Because if this holds, it's above the 90 MA on a 3 minute now. I'm not sure if you guys can see that, but it is. I don't know how to... I need to zoom this stuff in for you guys. And even for myself.
Thank you very much for those trades. We'll see you soon.
Thanks,
All right, that does it for the exchange. Power lunch is going to come up right after this quick break. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
All right, I'm going to go heat up some food. Let's see if I think it's done. I just feel like, why is... I don't know. Let it sit here. Maybe it sits here for a little bit, and you get a second leg going into the close, if it can hold. But that was cool. They got some new cars. I still think that, you know what? The thing about Rivian that I like is that they're kind of like sticking to their own lane. All right, like Lucid, they know who they want to target. I'm telling you guys, if you guys haven't seen the new Lucid Sapphire, and I mean, I'm talking like the top tier, I don't know, 200 grand, 250,000 is about what it runs. It's got carbon fiber trim. Oh my God, it's so beautiful. It's so beautiful. There's so much detail in the bodywork, and it just, the purple, it's not like a purple, but it's like a dark purple with that black carbon fiber trim that it just looks fucking beautiful. With the polar bear on it, with like the outline of like a, oh my gosh, I just need to, I need to go over to my parents and get a video with it. It's fucking, it's something else. And obviously, it'll, if not work a Tesla Plaid, I don't know about work it, but it'll definitely be right side by side beating it. It's really fast. Brakes are huge on it. Huge. And it's a quality vehicle. It's big too. It's big. Yup. Lucid Sapphire. It's about, I think it's like 250K. It's brand new. I think there's only 50 of them. Or no, I think they made 300. It's at my parents. I'll go do a video with it. I meant to do it the other night.
Shouldn't you retire the way you choose? If your portfolio was 500,000 or more, call us today. Diversifying into Bitcoin? Type GBTC into your investment account.
These are all Lucid Airs. They have to. So like I've told you guys before, my dad has the land speed record, 2 of them for Lucid Airs at distances, and it's going to take the Sapphire. And get a land speed record done on that too. Let's see here. Yeah, 250,000. Sapphire is on sale now, priced at 250,500. I thought it was like in between 2 to 250, but yeah, 250. 1,200 horsepower in 1.9 seconds. It's a bad bitch, I'm telling you, but it looks beautiful. I'm telling you guys. This deep purple with like, see, this doesn't have carbon fiber trim on it. The mirrors are carbon fiber. It's got a carbon fiber. It's got a carbon fiber trunk lid. Like, it's sick. It's fucking sick. But if you see it in person, it's fucking beautiful. Yeah, 250 they went for it. Yeah, see, it does have the carbon fiber trim. I'm telling you, man, when you see this thing in life, the brakes are huge. They're massive. See the polar bear? And you'll see it right there on the side. Right there. Carbon fiber mirrors. All carbon fiber trim. Like, you can't see how deep this is. Right down here. But it's got all carbon fiber trim. It's kind of just like all over the roof. Like, it's something else, I'm telling you. You gotta see it in person. It's fucking just, it's insane. The lights just, I think they kill it. I think they shit on Tesla. I'm gonna be honest with you. They are shitting on Tesla. Now, Tesla's not geared to that, right? Lucid is geared to somebody who's got money, obviously, right? But, somebody that I think who has makes some good money. Not saying that they're rich, but somebody that that wants to spend $100,000 to $250,000, $250,000 on a car, they might go with that. They might, because it's a bad bitch. But it's just, if they want an engine, they probably would go for, a ZR1 Corvette. I don't like somebody like that. They're not going to go with a Demon. They might, unless they're going to take it to the track and turbocharge it or what. I don't know. I'm just thinking of like what what would somebody want that had, $100,000 to $250,000? Because you can't get a GT3 RS for that. I don't think you can get a GT3 RS or a GT4 even. You might be able to. I think they're around 300 though. Shit, my thing's about to die. I gotta get something to eat. Oh my, listen, when I tell you guys, it is, like, I can't explain it. The color, like, is just, looking at it on the screen and stuff, like, it doesn't do it any justice. Alright, $12 is holding. This might be a buying opportunity. There's been, we've killed some time. You got a double bottom there. Should start to break out here. I would ooh, that's a quick rejection. Ooh, I don't like that. I'd be nervous with Rivian right now. Look, this thing should start to break out. 3-minute 9 EMA. Uh-oh. It might not work out. I think you're rejecting that 9. Oh, it broke it. I need to, I'm not looking at the level 2, and that's my problem. I need to start looking at the level 2. That'll give me a better read on what's going on here. Yeah, but it's got 1,200 horses. It's nasty. It's nasty. And it's big too. It's like, and like when you, I don't know, like if you see like a Tesla and it's like a Tesla Plaid and stuff, like there's no detail, like there's nothing to it. Like it's made cheap, it's made for margin. You know, it's just, you know, I don't know. They're crushing it. You know, I was a little leery. Like the Saudis are definitely you know, putting some money to work for a nice vehicle. It's just, can they make it? You know, I think as long as we don't go into a recession, I think Lucid and Rivian will be okay. It's like Rivian, I feel like they're going to start like gearing to like that Seattle, Washington, like mountain climber, like let me, like, you know what I mean? Like one of those type of people, I feel like is what Rivian is trying to go for. Like camping and like, you know, I just feel like each one is going to have their audience that they're geared to. And I think Tesla is just like, I just want a bunch of electric vehicles for everybody that's affordable, plain. Here you go. That's all you need. Take it. You know what I mean? And listen, they have a Rivian truck too at the garage. I think two of them, and Rivians aren't cheap either. I think the Rivians they have up there, they're, I think brand new. He paid close to, I don't know. I couldn't tell you. I wouldn't be surprised if it was 80 to 120 grand for them. So they're not cheap. They're not cheap either. All right, I'm gonna go get something to eat. I just want you guys to say, or I'm not. I just want to say I appreciate all you guys. I do. And let me tell you, I am thankful. I got lucky today. I got real lucky. But I'm going to go make a bite to eat. I'm going to throw on some CNBC. I'll be right back.
If would ask for them, presumably his opponent would not.
Yeah, so Tyler, this is all about next December.
Intel is still hanging out at the highs. I might look at an Intel buy. If Intel can hang out up here and it just consolidates up at the highs, you might get a second leg to the upside. I'm not sure, but
this really is a political speech tonight, setting up
I wouldn't mind.
Contrast between the Biden campaign and the Trump campaign. And what Biden will be saying is,
Let's see where this goes.
We shouldn't keep the corporate side permanent. If you want to extend out some of the individual tax provisions, we should balance this off with.
That could be a double top there too.
Now that doesn't happen
unfortunately.
Unless there's a Democratic sweep, but also what's keeping a little less pressure on Democrats on the individual
okay,
hold
on
if
here.
Democrats do nothing if they win the election in November, that $10,000 cap on salt also goes away. That's about $1 trillion tax cut for a lot of constituents of Democrats, especially in these high-cost states.
Obviously, we have a long way to go until the election, and we know things are very dynamic and change all the time. But as of right now, it does seem that former President Trump may have a slight lead over current President.
See, they don't even want to say it. Like, just fucking say it. Who cares? Like, they say it's this big problem, but it's really not. It's not. Like, if you think, like, they're okay with saying Biden's the president, but they're like, he does have the lead. He did not make all those dumbasses that went to Washington, D.C. act like a fucking fool because their mom and dad weren't there. All right? It's not Trump that is the problem. It's not. It's the goofballs who want to believe in this conspiracy theory craziness. So use it for your ammo. The Democrats do it. Just like when they gave back gay rights or gay marriages and stuff like that. They shouldn't have been able to take it from you in the first place. The government should not tell anybody what they can do or believe in or have control over anything of that nature. It's not their job. But what do they do? What did Obama do? I gave it back to you. Well, what the fuck did you take it from him in the first place? Who the fuck are you to take it or give it? You know, that's what I'm getting at. But like, you give the TV, like, she's so scared. It looks like he's in the lead. Oh my God. We're preparing for the worst.
To guess what gets traction in his past.
It's the only thing I don't like about her.
So let's bring in Jeremy Bryan, portfolio manager at Gradient Investments. Thank you for being with us.
But yeah,
here, Jeremy.
I've been trying to
Obviously,
eat for a
the
few
State of
minutes
the Union
now.
tonight, the election is still some ways
I
off.
know.
Many people will be paying attention to what
you know
Biden
what?
has to
I
say,
just hope he puts
potentially
together another
the
good
unofficial
team,
launch of
because,
his new campaign.
like, and you gotta, like, I'm looking at it from, like, the outside in. He's gonna want the attention, and he's gonna feel so good about himself. I went to Russia. I got Europe. I got Australia. You know, doing the things that you should do, right? And I helped stop this fucking war. Because I went and actually did it. He's gonna feel good about himself. But you know what I mean? It's like, that's what you're supposed to do. Like Biden and all these European Union leaders, they shouldn't just be going to Ukraine and looking at the damage saying, we gotta give them more money. No, motherfucker, you, Xi Jinping, because they're Russia's neighbor. Russia, all you leaders, get into a damn office and get it figured out right now. You gotta meet Russia in the middle. You're not letting them in the European Union for whatever reason, so you gotta meet them in the middle. Or else, technically, you're starting shit. Because you're moving in on another country with trade laws, right? That, whether, you know, the U.S. says they're going to do something or not, well, you took their ally, so therefore Russia is okay to feel some type of way. But you won't let them in. You won't have a roadmap for the European Union. I don't really care whether you do or don't, but you need to get over there and figure it out. And I don't think that Biden's going to go over there because he knows that they wouldn't even listen to him in the first place. Because it's not that they just don't respect him. They know who he is. He's a crook, right? He's a crook. He's a piece of shit at the end of the day. And if he wasn't, then he wouldn't be trying to take from rich people. Because I don't care if you're rich, poor, or in the middle class. The government shouldn't be trying their job not to take from you. I don't care if you're rich, if you're poor, or in the middle. They shouldn't say, where am I going to come up with this money to fund my war? Oh, the rich people. Like, that's not how this shit works. You take your ass over on a plane, and you get to work, and you figure it out. All right? And I don't know. I know Trump and all them will do that. And then here's Nikki Haley, right? Nikki Haley's just riding out this money train as long as she can. I'm not giving up because it's for the people. It's for the good of Ukraine. Knowing damn well she just riding out these donations as long as she can. Like, come on. Like, does anybody else not see that? I know you guys see that shit. That's the first thing I thought. I'm like, yo, she's still in here. I mean, you can't blame her. Especially if people are willing to, like, give her money and fund it. Why would she leave? She might just make herself at home and never leave. It ain't even election year, and here she is still doing her rounds, talking about I'm going to be the president because it's good for the United States. You got my $50? Could you just put that $50 in the jar? The jar is going to get passed around here soon. If you could just put your dollars in there. Thank you very much. Yo, she's something else, and she don't even hide it. She don't even hide it. And you know what? You'll probably have a better SEC under Trump. You know, the only thing I don't like that Trump does is that he needs to leave Powell alone. He needs to understand, like, because I understand that he's like, nah, man, get rates down to like 3%, 3.5%. Like, okay, but you gotta like do this shit like. I mean, we don't know it, but, you know, who's to say that we can't just bring them down a little bit and, like, leave them there for a while? You know? I mean, in my opinion, I think inflation was because China shut down. Right? China shut down, and not only did they shut down, they stayed shut down for longer. So there was an issue getting goods. All right? That, you know, obviously would cause, places to say, I don't know when the next time I'm going to get these packages are. We need to like meet our revenue some way, somehow. We have an earnings call in a couple months. If we don't get another package, we need to at least get $6 for these just in case we don't get the next package. Right? So, maybe we can run on lower rates for a while. I don't know. You won't know until you do it. Thanks to what I'm trying to say is that we still need people like Volcker to say, listen, we just got to do this and we got to get over with before, not before, but while shit's bad, let's make it even worse so that we can get out of this and not have to worry about it for the next 10, 15 years. 10, 15 years of prosperity. The first thing about recessions is being able to know about them and know how to get through them. All right. They don't teach that stuff in school. So, I just, I want him to leave Powell alone. I wouldn't mind if they did I'm going to be honest, guys. I thought for a minute that I thought COVID and the money that they were giving out, look at Exxon still holding under VWAP. I should have never brought that up because it'll probably start to pop now. I thought this was all like for the history books to see what would happen if we flushed the system with liquidity as like an experiment for the government to see how they would handle it maybe in the future. If things got bad, they shut down. Like what's the playbook, right? 50 years from now, what's the playbook to there's a disease that went around, we had to shut down, everything's good now. How do you get through it? What's the playbook? The only way to make the playbook is to run the plays. You know what I mean? The only way to do it is to run the plays. So, so far, the longer we stay here, you can see, obviously, initial jobless claims. If you guys didn't notice this morning, we are starting to finally start to tick up. All right, the trend is to the upside. We were flat for a while. We would go from 205 to like 210, then right back to 202 to 198 to 202 to 190 to 205, and you were just stuck right between 185 and 208. We got those 210s. We thought it was a snowstorm, and then today I think we got a 217. That's a good look. That's why the market I think is going higher. But one thing I want you guys to see that I did not talk to you guys about, which was continuing claims. Continuing claims rose. This came in line, right? Initial jobless claims came in line of 217 to 215. Previously 217. We matched it again at 217, but at least we didn't come in under, right? But look at continuing claims. Why is continuing claims higher than last month? Because it is growing. Like that rate of change, the line, if we were to dot this out on the graph, you would start to see it. We've been steeping, like it's been going higher for the past 3 weeks. 1,906, or yeah, I'm just gonna say 1,906, 1,906 versus 1,898. So, or I'm sorry, you want me to say it correctly, 189.8. All right. It doesn't seem like much, but it's still more, right? Expected 1889. Okay, so that forecast did somewhat come in a little bit below. So that's still a rise from the previous month. So we're seeing it. You are now, this is the beginning of initial jobless claims. What did this change to? 95, it didn't really change. And you guys do know that, and financial conditions, they're starting to rise. Like this could be the top in the SPY. I think 530 in the SPY, we get to 530, 520, and you're going to start seeing this happen where these start to go higher, and that's going to be the SPY starting to go lower on the back of either they're higher for too long, or a recession scare. I don't know. Or they're not doing enough. I don't know. I don't know what could cause national financial conditions to ease, other than the bank term lending program coming to an end, I think, this week. I think tomorrow's the last day. Tomorrow's the last day. And that's it. The banks have nothing. So, and I think that's what they're talking about there with with what you heard them talk about. So, appreciate all of you guys. Throw some stocks in the chat. Talk about Trump, Biden. Tell me I'm a piece of crap. I don't care. Leave me something. This is supposed to be Rivian. I apologize. Dude, it's still holding up here. Y'all better watch out. It's still holding. It can only hold for so long before somebody starts to cover their short. Tonight, I think tonight I am going to do a live for charts. Snowflake, CRM, CrowdStrike. Like, we'll just run through a bunch of charts if you guys want. And we'll come up with a game plan. I'll probably do that tonight. And we'll run through stocks if you guys want to leave me a list. Or I can, you don't really have to leave it right now. I can always look at the heat map. So, and yes, I do watch this like every week, throughout the week. I always have it up. So, that's that. And I'll be back in a minute. Did Apple bounce? I don't know. I thought that it just like was flat today. I think it's still down at its lows. Oh, it did bounce a little bit. It's still, yeah, it's trying to do something. Damn, but it quickly got taken back though. Look at that. For like 160 something, you might not be able to see it, but 170, it broke above it and then completely broke back down. Now it's trying to make 170 resistance again. So that's a bummer. Right, this level here. We'll see. Maybe it makes this area support and climbs higher. I don't know what happened with Apple. PayPal ads. Hold on. Tap pay. Shit. And I forgot about PayPal. I gotta go feed my cat. She ate this morning, but I've been telling her that I was gonna give her some more food. I was gonna give her lunch a while ago. I can't believe it's already this late. It's 2:30. Yeah, guys, give me 10 minutes. I'm still watching Exxon. I may take Exxon off the list. I may just get rid of. I may get rid of that. XOM. Shit.
It gets plenty of light. And this must be the ocean view of Aruba. Huh. This listing is misleading. Well, when AT&T says businesses get our best deal on
Let's see. I know Microsoft got a bounce. You could look for PayPal. I wonder. I don't know, because it recovered out. I wonder what happened with. It was volatile today. You can see PayPal was pretty volatile during pre-market. You can see that bounce there. Bro, this mouse is going to get chucked. So good stuff, man. We made some money today. I didn't crush it like I wanted to, but I kind of felt like today was going to be slow. What is this? Amazon. So we said one. No, it's Microsoft.
What does it mean to be rich? Maybe rich is less about reaching a magic number and more about discovering magic.
So Amazon went higher. Amazon did what we thought it was going to do, man. There was another trade we could have taken. And that was the one that I had on my list. Amazon 175 hold. I wanted to look for a break above 175 and hold. Yep, 174.98. Bang. Alright, so there is news or something coming out on U.S. Steel, guys.
Our communities.
Uh-oh. You don't want to piss off the iron workers. That's it. Yo, I say it all the time. Construction, iron workers, electricians, all that stuff. It's the backbone to America. Backbone to America. And obviously, you know, doctors and nurses and stuff. I would much rather say nurses, but you know. So, U.S. Steel, maybe you look at Cleveland Cliffs, CLF. Not sure how broad this is, but it looks like U.S. Steel. X, ticker symbol X. Alright, Rivian. Tesla's down here. I'll be right back, guys. Let me get something to eat and feed my cat. I love you guys. Hit that like button, subscribe. And you guys have any questions for me, throw them in the chat, but I'll be right back.
NBC. Fed Chair Powell testifying on Capitol Hill. Second straight day for that, and that comes ahead of the jobs report tomorrow. Let's see how the bond market is reacting with Rick Santelli in Chicago. Rick.
Yes, and Tyler, tomorrow, early alert, we're going to be paying really close attention to the hours worked, the work week. Last month, it was 34.1. That really popped out as extraordinarily low, and that could affect productivity. As for Chairman Powell, he did have an effect on the market. But let's start early. Look at a chart of 10-year treasuries, 10-year boons in the European Union, and 10-year gilts in the UK. At 8:15 Eastern, see the way they all went down? Then they all came up. That was the first big salvo when the ECB downgraded inflation and growth. The second was, and you see it mostly in short maturities like 2-year, right around 11:25-ish Eastern time, Powell was making comments about how commercial real estate isn't exactly his worst case scenario. He thinks things could go a little better than worst case for big banks especially. And he talked about when he gets more confidence, he feels that he's close to lowering rates. That pushed rates lower, as you see on the chart right around 11:25. And finally, a 1-month chart of 2s and 10s, even though we reversed in both maturities, especially long maturities, near 1-month low yield closes. Courtney.
Thank you very much. Well, solar stocks, those were fund dropping 43% in the last. Actually saw record growth in that same year, 2023. So Pippa Stevens is here to explain.
You wouldn't necessarily think that based on the mixed. There's lots of talk around the impact of 2023 U.S. solar installations hit a record 32.4. That is enough to power million homes. That was up 51 as residential commercial posted full year act, which co-author of the report quote super. That said, some of was thanks to previously delayed projects coming online forward ahead of a key policy here. The industry is forecast to grow, but not at the same rate. Uncertainty, the election, as well as challenges, and of course higher interest rates. Now rates have hit the residential, which we started to see last line during earnings, which is more challenged than the larger, and you see it in the divergence in some of.
Look at that one down 61, 62%. That's amazing. Get to C News update. Kate.
We're going to go to break right now and try to get Kate's audio fixed. Coming up, we will speak with Rivian founder as the company unveils its latest vehicle, Power Lunch.
All right, welcome back to Power Lunch. Rivian losing 50% of the year, but up 10% today as the company lost electric SUV. Time for the company. Our Phil LeBeau is in California with Rivian's CEO. NBC interview.
Tyler, thank you. RJ Scaringe, founder and CEO of Rivian. Talk about that in just a bit, but I think one of the pieces is this was going to be built at your new plant in Georgia. Yep. But you're pausing that. Explain what you're doing here.
Well, we're wanting to get it into market as fast as possible. Out of our facility in Illinois. Ability to get it to market quicker. Well over $2 billion in capital.
So you are part of the plan development.
Georgia is incredibly important to us. The part is outstanding, and for us, the most this vehicle into the market as fast as we have in Illinois.
And in the process.
Yeah. I mean, it's over $2.25 billion.
When you look at building this in Illinois, first half of 26 is when you expect it to come out. You said you were bringing it forward as much as possible. How much time will you save by building it at your existing facility in Illinois?
Early 2026, but it's a one because as you see from this around the product, but it's also important as we scale what this growing the number of addressable customers we have.
You're expecting to start at about 45,000 base price.
Yeah.
Things can change as you get a little bit closer as you go through development. For what the market is looking for right now, because you know that everybody wants an EV even lower. They want it under 40,000.
Yeah, well, there's a few things to note here. This package, it we think fits the market where you see the most popular mid-size SUV, beautiful, but it also qualifies for the federal tax credit. So there's a $7,500 tax credit, which means the end price to a consumer, the starting price would be $37,500. We think that's a really nice package.
Confident that you can hold 45,000 over the next couple of years?
Every single thing we do within the business costs on this and how it's manufactured, how it's built. Priority as we look at development of this vehicle.
You had a bit of a surprise up your sleeve here. And the R3X.
It's so cool.
Explain when these will be manufactured, but we're talking about a crossover utility price point than the 45,000 expected for the R2, right?
Yeah, so R2 represents not just a vehicle, but a platform. We have its sibling product, R3. And R3 is over, and it'll come out in sequence R2.
And when you what have you heard lower?
Well, I think, on R2, that platform, but then really take a little smaller, allowing us to take costs out of the battery, hopefully take price down, starting with an R2. That we large cross-section of customers that are looking at everything from, cars to SUVs to hatchbacks. So the R3 broad spectrum of buyers.
Tyler Matheson has a question for you. Tyler, go.
You cite the two as. I'm curious as to how you calculate that range and in the real world really get anything close to 300. Skepticism comes as an owner of an RV, not one of you, of an EV. And I just don't believe that the cited mileage is.
Yeah, it's a great question. So the 300 miles, there's the EPA standard, which drives, but it's really important from a customer expectation for the vehicle to achieve that EPA rated range. And so we spent a lot of time on products that the stated range actually. But I think this is a big part of being authentic with our owners.
I need to acknowledge the possibility between what the EPA tests, but I'm hearing you say that in this 300 miles of range you're going to get 300 miles.
Some vehicles certainly, and there's lots of people that do these independent tests. We've the range that we talk about in terms of EPA.
RJ, you're talking about this latest decision in terms of $0.25 billion, and I'm not expecting you to give through what's really been a crushing 6 months with your liquidity right now.
Launch R2, I'll launch it with a lot less capital. Important for us to take the capital we have and it really allows us to have a lot more in that regard, and not having to the volatility of the capital markets.
Market, your shares are getting crushed. Shares and EV company shares are getting crushed. What's your thought?
Well, we can sold in the United States and for that matter all markets. Now the question we can debate is when that happens. But choices. Customers need choices that are deeply compelling. See it as something that's going to take this, translate that into a lower price point, smaller form factor. So we've a product is about R2.
And CEO here in Laguna Beach, where they unveiled the R2 and to you.
All right, Phil, RJ, thank you very much. We appreciate that. Rivian just gave it an inside look at the brand's new R2 SUV. But what is Wall Street's take on this vehicle and this company? We'll get a quick reaction from RBC's Tom Naran. Right at.
There goes Rivian. Just give me 1 second. Sorry, guys. I was wondering why there wasn't no sound. I just heated it up. I'll be right back. Literally like a minute. Coinbase, Intel. I want to see what's going on with Intel, but I looked at the hourly chart, and it looked like you have a double top up there. So be cautious. Be cautious up there. The volume just doesn't seem as... Yeah, the volume doesn't seem as big as, you know, back here. So, it's not bad, but, you know, you need an increase in volume to hold these levels.
A symbol of flexibility, solving for the needs of today's investors, finding opportunities across asset classes, investing to sustain growth ahead of the unknown. That's the power of M.
Shopify's point-of-sale system helps you sell at every stage of your business. With fast and secure payment, card readers you can rely on, and one place to manage it all. Whatever the stage, businesses that grow with Shopify.
All right, I'll be right back. Let me go grab my stuff. All right, let's go XOM. Start selling off now. Bring some volume in there. Do what it does. You're under that level now. It looks like it's trying to curl itself up. I would actually take that. I might take that off. This might start to curl up. May start to curl up.
Just heard from Rivian CEO following the unveil of its smaller and more affordable SUV. There are two also releasing.
I'm just going to let it sit for a second and see what I come back to.
Analysts on whether the new Welcome back to Power Lunch. We just heard from Rivian CEO following the unveil of its smaller and more affordable SUV. There are two, also releasing R3 and R3X. So let's get some reaction from a top analyst on whether the new vehicle will give Rivian a boost. Tom Ryan is global autos analyst at RBC. He's had a hold rating on the stock since he downgraded it from outperform. Tom, what do you make of what you heard today? Does anything make you want to move, I guess, your rating to a buy, or you feel hold is appropriate after what we know now?
I think hold is certainty on the profitability of this product. Say the products for the consumer have to know is really good for investors. And so far, Rivian produced, and that's at a higher price point, the R1, right? So the R2 now at a lower price point, folks' minds is how this car plus miles of range, as we found out, there's some uncertainty there.
The hope I assume was they would pick up in some volume, but you heard he was talking about the Philip was interviewing him and asking him about the price, and he says everything cost in mind. So now that you've been able to update your model so quickly, but does that help at all with closer that profitability?
This was largely the expected price in my model, but with profitability, is this battery? What are they paying for battery costs? It told us that the R1 even on gross profit by the end of 2024. Evidence of it. Now, if that would be tremendous, and that would give people more R3 evidence. It's just get really constructive.
Have to get this one.
This R1, we saw what happened. And they gave for 2024 for the flat, surprising with the stock as a result. Really, where the volumes are supposed to come from. Recall the same playbook. It started out with the very expensive, low volume cars. Came out with the 3 and the Y, right? And those what makes the profit center for Tesla. What Rivian's hoping R3 become the profit center they've created and really get the volume and the scale needed for profit. Finally come down to demand, and that's where we have some concerns about, especially giving from Jeep, from Ford. Remember, Tesla didn't have any of that competition. Rivian's going to be coming out in a very competitive subset.
So let me just you answer
All right, there goes Rivian. There goes Rivian. There goes Rivian. So let me chug this down real quick, and I'll be right with you. I'm gonna scan through these markets. I don't know why my AirPod keeps going out.
Would be getting that money. It has not been confirmed yet. Intel telling me that they're not going to be commenting on this. Maybe there'll be some.
All right, there we go.
The reaction of the stock almost 4%. We keep talking about this, and it makes me think that maybe it's already priced in. It might be a little bit exaggerated. And then I'll end with NVIDIA because we've got to talk about it. Mizuho thinks it could hit what, $1,000. We're not far off that mark. $924 today, and all of this has to do with its valuation because estimates from analysts have come up. That's lowered the valuation, and that's why they argue it is still a buy.
Wow. Chips, chips, chips. Makes me hungry on Power Lunch. Thank you very much, Christina. Well, time for today's three-stock lunch, where we take a look at three stocks making moves. Here with our trades today, Scott Nations. He's founder of Nations Indexes. Excuse me, up first, Broadcom, speaking of chips, shares rising ahead of reporting quarterly results after the close today. Investors anxious to hear more on what else Broadcom's AI.
Did anybody see why the Snowflake CEO left? Did anybody get that and see why? Just wondering.
It's going to enjoy the reflected glory from AI, even though the company is a little bit less focused on that. But expectations are relatively modest, forward PE of just 30. But the reason to be worried here is the fact that revenue expectations are for an increase of 30% year over year. And of the 50 biggest names in the S&P, Broadcom has the most bullish option pricing world going on right now. So enjoy the ride, but don't get married to it.
Okay, fair enough. Up next, Kroger shares with the supermarket chain surging today, hitting highs after reporting better than expected earnings. Revenue came in below expectations, and merger uncertainty still lingers with that Albertsons deal or no deal. Who knows, right? Scott, what's your trade on this one, and how does that factor in?
I would buy this on a pullback. It's up nearly 10% right now, and I'd buy it on a pullback only because of the business they're in. It's tough to step up and pay 9 or 10% more than the yesterday's closing price for a company like Kroger. Yes, it beat. It beat for the 17th quarter in a row, which is impressive, but it's up 23% over the past month. Another reason to wait for a pullback. PE is very reasonable, 12.3, much lower than, say, Target or Walmart. Seems like they've beat inflation, but again, this has really gotten ahead of itself, and the Albertsons deal now really seems to be in trouble.
And up almost 10% here on the session. And finally, Costco, the company also reporting results after the bell today. Scott, what's your take? I mean, is it time to take some profits on this one? This is more of a consumer staple, but it's actually had a decent run here.
It's had a wonderful run, and that's why it's time to sell. It's up 61% over the last 12 months. Forward PE, 48.6. That's nearly 50, and this is a retailer.
Right.
And I'm old enough to remember when we were waiting from 2000 to 2015 for Walmart to grow into its valuation. I don't want to wait around like that for Costco. They may not be raising the price of their hot dogs, but they're going to have to raise the price of their memberships, and we'll see what that does. So, it's a neat company, but it's a sell at this level.
We have been waiting for them to raise the prices in those memberships. They've held that for longer than anticipated. Scott Nations, thank you very much for our three-stock lunch today. And stay right there, everyone. Power Lunch is back with more coming up.
Who else thought to themselves, too, that, damn well she didn't think about Costco and their prices when they were going to raise them. At least the membership. Like, she funny. Like, I like her, but really I just think she's cute. Like, kinda, you know? But we know you weren't thinking about Costco's membership. Got me yesterday when she was talking about NYCB. She threw out banking crisis. She said it. Oh, it's time. I gotta scare the people. The banking crisis. It's a crisis in the banking system. Like, I caught her saying it. I'm like, oh, that's what you're trying to do. We know what this is. They got her on earnings. They need to raise some money. It may not work. It probably won't work. And speaking of that, real quick, HSBC. HSBC is the next one. I'm telling you guys right now. I'm watching HSBC. Go look at the credit default swaps on HSBC, and that's going to be my next long-term downside bank play for the banks. This is at least has been showing us in their earnings. They got hammered, not just because I'm seeing it on the chart, but I remember when they reported. So I'll talk to you guys as soon as I'm done. I'm almost done eating. Robinhood is partnering with Chris Paul's something and LeBron James. Huh. And let them tell you more about how they're underprivileged and this, that, and the third, because they do shit like this. Why would you do it with Robinhood? Come on. The same person LeBron talking about we're this, we're that, you know, as a community, as the black community, right? I'm not going to speak for you. But if you're going to be there for the black community, don't go to Vladimir. Don't go to Robinhood. Don't get. You saw what they did when they started making money.
With 2 minutes to go now, Robinhood
Slowly breaking down. Let's see it. That's what I would just refer you to. I would refer you to the little man making a little bit of money back in GME, and I'll take you back to that and say, LeBron, you shouldn't do it. If you're going to team up with somebody, it ain't with Robinhood. Go with E-Trade. Go with the reputable broker that's really got some. That's really going to take care of their people. E-Trade. Yes. Let's go to the SPY. That's what I'm going to pull up. Let's do it.
Love sports as well.
I can't believe how much we rallied, Wiz.
Partnering more seriously with
I mean, like, seriously, we just rallied 8 points from yesterday's close, believe it or not. I said it this morning when I was talking about, you know, just people being like, you know, don't, you know, there's resistance there, don't you dare go long. Like, there's certain times when you can see, hey, this is clearly going to go higher, and this is clearly going to break resistance. Like, look at your technicals. You know, look at your indicators. They're all telling you pretty much the same story, that, you know, that chances are that gets broken. Oh, shit. There we go. There we go. This is going to help XOM. Or, wait, it might not, because if they go higher, then SPY might bounce.
He was so good. He lived his reality.
He really did.
All right, folks, the Dow and NASDAQ moving much higher today. Chip stocks obviously helping there. There's the S&P. It is up as well by 1%. Thanks for watching Powerline.
Closing bell starts right now.
Welcome to Closing Bell. I'm Mike Santoli in for Scott Wapner. This make or break hour begins.
I'm kind of debating taking a break even or a small loss on this. I mean, I don't know. We're underneath the VWAP. Why would I sell it? Well, I would sell it because whoever wants to be a buyer needs to buy under VWAP and sell above it. So, yeah, I'm going to take the rest of that off, guys, while it's still break even. The rest of that Exxon trade is going to come off here. But I want to see if the SPY pulling back, if that's going to help that Exxon trade. I just don't know if it will. Because you'll notice that sometimes, or a lot of times, that like energy going higher is, you know, in conjunction sending the markets lower. So let's see. If the markets can pull back, let's see if XOM can start to pull back. Yeah, I think I'm going to do it because I don't, you know, maybe I'll wait. I don't know what to do here. If you guys do what you guys want, I'm going to take this trade off. I'm going to take this trade off. I just, you know, I got what I wanted out of it, and that's money. All right, I'm just letting you guys know I'm taking that off.
I mean, if you were just looking, Cameron, at the behavior of the market, it got overbought and it's staying that way. That's usually a sign of a pretty durable rally. You're seeing this broadening action that we saw, and then with stocks at record highs, credit spreads tight, the economy